reflect that we have now been joined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Ron Phillips is still on the witness stand on direct examination. Good morning, Detective Phillips. Detective, you're reminded that you are still under oath, and Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Phillips.
Good morning.
Yesterday, I believe, when we left off, you had gone to the guest unit that is behind the main house at 360 North Rockingham, and you said you went and knocked on the door.
Yes.
When you knocked on the door for the first time, what happened?
I knocked on the door. Nobody answered the door originally, so I bent down because the louvers on the bottom part of the door were open, and I peered into the louvers. Be a hand and an arm in a lying position. I informed the detectives that there was someone in the room lying down, and shortly thereafter, someone answered the door.
And that's someone that you later determined was Cato Kalin. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first contacted Mr. Kalin, you identified yourself, sir?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to him?
Told him I was Detective Phillips in the Los Angeles Police Department, and I'd like to speak to to Mr. Simpson in the house.
And what was his response?
Hearsay.
Goes to explain subsequent conduct, right?
He either said that he wasn't there or he didn't know if he was there. I'm not exactly sure now exactly what he said.
Okay. And did you ask any further questions of him?
No further questions of him, no.
Did you want to find out whether there was someone around who could get you into the house to look for Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
Did you make any inquiry of him in that regard?
Yes.
And what was that inquiry?
He brought up to my attention that Arnell, Mr. Simpson's daughter, was in the room directly to his right. And he pointed down the walkway to another room.
And so he pointed out Arnell's room in response to your question about where Mr. Simpson was.
That's correct.
Now, did you tell him what you were doing there, why you were at that location?
No.
Why not?
Didn't know who he was to begin with. Didn't want to cause any hysteria around the residents by telling the wrong person the wrong thing. I wanted to tell this to Mr. Simpson himself.
Did you know at that time whether he was related to anyone on the premises?
I had no idea who he was at all.
Okay. So after he pointed out Arnell's unit to you, what did you do?
I walked down to Arnell's room.
And was that right next door to his?
Yes, it was.
And was everybody with you at that point when you walked down to Arnell's room?
Only Van Adder and Lang walked with me. I believe that Detective Furman stayed behind with Mr. Kalin.
Did you actually see him go in and talk to Mr. Kalin?
No, I didn't.
But he did stay behind with him while you went next door.
I didn't see what he did. He just didn't follow me.
What happened next?
Knocked on the room that had been pointed out to me as Arnell's room, and someone asked me who it was, and I said the police, and then a female answered the door.
And that female, did she identify herself?
I asked her who she was, and she told me her name was Arnell Simpson.
And what did you say?
Told her I was Detective Phillips in the Los Angeles Police Department, that we had an emergency, and I'd like to know if her father was in the house. We needed to talk to him.
And what was her response?
She made a statement to either Van Adder or Lang, and I didn't recall exactly what that statement was. It was something to the effect, "Isn't he there?" And then they began to talk to her.
When you said, when she said, "Isn't he there," you mean in the house?
That was speculative.
Well, this is hearsay. It's not for the purpose of explaining subsequent conduct at this point.
Right. We'll start.
I'm just asking for her.
Sidebar,
Yes, yeah.
without the reporting. Thank you. Counsel. Ms. Clark, you may continue.
I'll move on to the next question. And after Arnell asked you that question, what happened next?
Myself and the other two detectives and Arnell walked towards the main house.
Now, during that time, could you hear conversation in going on in Cato Kalin's room while you were talking to Arnell?
No,
Did you walk with Arnell somewhere after you spoke to her?
yes.
And where did you walk?
Walked to the rear of the main house, not to the rear of the main house, but the back portion of the main house, where there was some French doors and another smaller door right next to it.
When you walked toward the main house, did you pass by Mr. Kalin's room?
Yes.
Did you look inside?
No, I didn't.
Where did you go?
Walked up to one door that led into the house, and Arnell Simpson unlocked the door for us and opened the door.
And did you all walk inside?
Yes.
And that was who at that point?
That was Arnell Simpson, myself, Tom Lang, and Phil Van Etter.
You went in through the rear?
Yes.
And where'd you go?
We walked in through the living room area and then into a kitchen area. And from the kitchen area, we walked around to a maid's quarters that was off the kitchen.
All right, now let me ask you something, sir. Before you actually went into the house with Arnell, you indicated that there was a conversation that took place while Arnell was still in her room between Detectives Lang, Van Adder, and Arnell Simpson?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present during that conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall what they said to each other?
I don't recall the entire conversation.
Next question.
All right, when you entered the rear of the house with Ms. Simpson, what happened first? What was the first thing you did?
We walked into the kitchen area through the living room, and we went into this room right off the kitchen, which turned out to be a maid's room.
Why did you do that?
We went in there to see if a maid named Gigi was in the residence,
Why were you looking for Gigi?
because we had been told outside the residence before we ever entered it that there was a full-time maid that was supposed to be living on the premise. And Arnell had made reference to Gigi when we were outside the residence before ever entering.
What was that reference that she made?
Something to the effect, isn't Gigi in the house, or something of that nature.
So you were looking for Gigi?
Yes.
Why were you looking for Gigi?
Well, we had been told by the West Tech people that she was a full live-in maid, full-time, and Arnell had already also brought her name up. So we thought if we could find her, she may know where Mr. Simpson was at in the house.
And you went into her room then?
We just went into the room briefly, yes.
And what did you see in the room?
There was nobody inside the room, and the bed was completely made, and the room was well organized, and didn't appear that anybody had been in there recently.
Then what did you do?
Walked back out into the kitchen.
Now, was Arnell talking to you during that period of time?
She was right with us.
And what was she saying?
Wanted to know what was going on.
Did you tell her?
I did not.
Why not?
Wanted to talk wanted to find out where her father was first, talk to her father first, and Tom Lang was talking to Arnell at the same time.
But why did you want to talk to Mr. Simpson before you told Arnell Simpson what was going on?
Because I didn't know how upset she was going to get with the information. She may become hysterical about it, and I wanted to keep everything as calm as could be until I could get a hold of Mr. Simpson himself.
Did you want to keep her, did you want her assistance in trying to locate Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
So what did you do?
I asked her if she knew of any way that I could get a hold of her father, and she said that a lady named Kathy, his secretary, always knows where he is. So I then asked her if she could get a hold of Kathy, and she did. She got a hold of a Kathy on the telephone.
Okay. And was that in your presence?
Yes,
Were you present then when she spoke to someone named Kathy?
yes.
And after that, what happened?
She told Kathy on the phone that the police wanted to talk to her, and she handed me the phone.
And then did you speak to someone on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I identified myself as Detective Ron Phillips of the Los Angeles Police Department, and I needed to know if she knew where OJ Simpson was at.
Did you tell her why?
No, I did not. I told her we had an emergency, but I did not tell her what the emergency was.
Did she ask you?
She asked me what was wrong, and I told her I couldn't tell her. Told her I'd call her back and tell her later.
And again, why didn't you tell her?
Oh. You can answer.
It's for the same reason. I wanted her cooperation in finding out where Mr. Simpson was first. Didn't want her to become alarmed and upset and hang up on me and then make the phone call herself.
And why didn't you want her to make the phone call herself? What was...
Because I had the information of what I needed to tell Mr. Simpson, and I wanted to make sure he got it firsthand from me and not secondhand from somebody else and not the facts.
Someone who didn't know what was going on.
That's correct.
And what information did this person give you?
She told me that Mr. Simpson had gone on a red-eye flight the night before and had traveled to Chicago, and that he was staying at the Chicago O'Hare Plaza Hotel.
Did she give you the phone number?
No, she did not. She didn't have it, but I thanked her very much for her cooperation, and I called information and got the phone number.
And did you do that immediately after you hung up with her?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do immediately after you got the number?
Called the hotel in Chicago.
And did you ask for Mr. Simpson?
I asked for OJ Simpson's room. I asked if Mr. Simpson was registered at that hotel, and they said just a moment.
And then?
Shortly thereafter, a male voice, which I recognize as Mr. Simpson's voice, answered the phone, and I asked him, I said, "Is this OJ Simpson?" And he stated, "Yes." "Who's this?" And I said, "This is Detective Phillips from the Los Angeles Police Department. I have some bad news for you."
Okay, can we hold on 1 second here?
Yes.
What phone did you make that call from?
The telephone in Mr. Simpson's kitchen.
I have here a board that showed the council.
Mrs. Roberts. $67.
Thank you. Do you see the exhibit that's just been placed next to you, People 67?
Yes.
And do you see the portion of that, do you see, first of all, what that is?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
It's a general telephone bill from residents.
And you see the phone number without reading it
Yes.
out loud?
Right.
And do you recognize the phone number?
Yes.
For what, excuse me, was that the phone number of the phone that you used to call Chicago from the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Do you see the portion of that bill that is highlighted?
Yes, I do.
And does that indicate that there was a call made from the phone in the kitchen of the defendant's residence to Chicago at 6:05?
Yes.
I don't think that bill tells the phone. It's made in the kitchen.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Men in Black speaks for itself.
Sustained.
I'll spell that, Your Honor. Does that reflect that a phone call was made from the defendant's phone on June the 13th at 6:05 to Chicago?
Yes.
And the phone number to Chicago that is shown at 6:05, is that the phone number for the O'Hare Hotel, O'Hare Plaza Hotel that you called?
I don't. It looks like the same phone number, yes.
Ms. Clark, do you want to have that board shown to the jurors in the cheap seats?
What I thought I would do is actually show on the Elmo, Your Honor.
Fine.
So,
Let me ask, is this still Mr. Simpson's phone number, counsel? Okay. I didn't want to send it out if it was still his phone number.
Right.
Got the number?
Yes.
Yes, may I say where this clerk? If you're not- Can you take it off Belmont for just a moment? I want to maybe approach on it. I'm just concerned about some of these other people's numbers. Been a lot of calls that have gone out, so let's.
Yes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, why don't you have one of your assistants take the board down at this point? All right, is there a stipulation that you care to offer?
Yes, Your Honor, rather than air the phone numbers of everyone else on the bill, we will stipulate that the defendant called, that the Detective Phillips called the defendant in Chicago on June 13th at 6:05 a.m. No, we're taking it. At 6:05 a.m. And the call lasted for 5 minutes.
I stipulate the State Phillips call Mr. Simpson, 6:05 a.m.
In Chicago on June the 13th.
Yes.
And
From the
call
defendant's-
and the call lasted 5 minutes, and the call emanated somewhere from the defendant's residence.
So stipulate, yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, a stipulation is an agreement between the attorneys as to the facts of the case. You were to accept the stipulation as evidence. The reason we're doing this is the phone bill has other persons' phone numbers on it that we just don't want to subject to any undue harassment because of this case. And there's no dispute as to the phone number. All right, thank you, counsel. I appreciate that.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then you spoke to someone who acknowledged that he was Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
What happened next?
I told him that who I was. I was Detective Ron Phillips from Los Angeles Police Department, and that I had some bad news for him. And he said something about, what's that? And I says, well, I've got some bad news. Your ex-wife, Nicole Simpson, has been killed.
What happened next?
I think the first words out of his mouth were something to the effect, oh my God, Nicole is killed, or oh my God, she's dead. And then he got very upset on the telephone.
And then what happened?
I kept trying to calm him down, and he continued to be upset, which I expected. And he continued to be upset, and I finally said, Mr. Simpson, please try to get a hold of yourself. I have your children at the West Los Angeles Police Station. I need to talk to you about that. And he stopped and he said, what do you mean you have my children at the police station? Why are my kids at the police station? And I said, because we had no place else to take them. They're there for safekeeping. I need to know what to do with your children. And at that time he said, well, I'm going to be leaving out of Chicago on the first available flight. I'll come back to Los Angeles. Is Arnell there? And I said, yes, she is. And he said, let me talk to Arnell, which I gave the phone back to Arnell.
Now, did he ask you when the murder occurred?
I didn't tell him that she'd been murdered. I told him she'd been killed.
Did he ask you when that had happened?
No.
Did he ask you how that happened?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. What's up, Tom? Not yet, this one question, right? This man who just.
Wait,
Objection,
wait,
Your Honor.
Wait,
Object, I'd like to object.
yes, with the sidebar. All right, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Mr. Simpson ask you how she was killed?
No,
Did he ask you when she was killed?
no,
Did he ask you if you had any idea who had done it?
no,
Did he ask you where it had occurred?
no,
Did he ask you anything about the circumstances of how his ex-wife had been killed?
no.
Did he proceed to speak with Arnell and give her instructions about the children?
Sustained.
Sorry. Did Arnell have a conversation with him after you spoke to him?
I handed the phone back to her, and I assumed she talked to him. I didn't listen to it.
During the time that you were speaking to the defendant, do you know or could you see where Arnell was?
Yes, she was standing directly behind me and listening to my conversation. Tom Lang was also informing her of what had happened, and she became very not hysterical, but very upset.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, after you handed the phone to Arnell, what happened next?
They kept talking to Arnell, and I believe she wanted to make a phone call to a man that she only described as AC, which she did. And then I walked out of the kitchen.
Where did you go?
I just went over to a doorway that led out to the front of the residence. It was kind of a, I don't know, patio type. Well, it's off the kitchen. It leads out to the Rockingham gate, or towards the Rockingham gate.
And what were you doing out there?
Just standing there. Tom Lang was basically talking to Arnell, and was nothing left for me to do, nothing for me to do at that time.
What happened next?
I was approached by Mark Furman, Detective Furman, who walked up to me and said,
Sustain.
Did Detective Furman tell you something?
yes, he did.
Your Honor, this would go to explain subsequent conduct.
I think you can handle this without doing that.
Okay. And after he told you that, whatever he did, what did you do?
I followed him.
Okay. And based on what he told you, why did you follow him?
He wanted to show me something.
Where did you go?
He took me around to the south side of the residence, to a walkway on the south side of the residence. It ran east behind the residence. We walked back there for a considerable distance till we got to a certain point, and he stopped and he pointed out an object to me.
I'm going to put on the Elmo a diagram that has been previously marked, and I'm going to ask that this be marked as the A version of that.
This would be, have you already used the diagram?
I have a diagram.
66.
All right, people, 66A, you want the Elmo version? All right, Ms. Robertson, do we have that? All right.
All right, sir, do you recognize the diagram that we've previously marked as People 66?
Yes,
And can you see the area that you had told us you just walked down to follow Detective Furman?
yes.
Can you use the pointer to point that out for us?
We came out of the residence, walked around the garage, down this long walkway. We went back to here to where there was an air conditioning unit, when that's where he pointed out an object to me.
Okay. Would you please, if you could, look at your monitor, sir, and direct the pointer to show us where you exited the residence and what your path was?
Okay, you'd have to go back up to where the breakfast area is.
Breakfast area?
Yeah,
All
right
right.
here at that, that's where we exited that residence.
Okay. And then you went out, you said, into the driveway
Yes,
and around the garage?
yes.
Tell us where you went next.
Down the other side of the garage, eastbound, all the way back. Continue walking. Continue to go farther.
Well, we got a problem here because our,
Going on.
I walk straighter than that.
Why don't we try that again, okay?
how many times did you crash into the walls?
Right.
Just the one time into the garage.
And you tell the pointer when to stop.
Right about there.
All right. And if this could be 66A, Your Honor?
Yes.
And could we have the initials RP on that? Could you, sir, describe for us the condition of the walkway, that south walkway that has been, your path has just been traced on?
Well, it's a concrete walkway. It's quite narrow. It's probably, at some points, only a couple of feet wide, some places several more feet wide, but it has a lot of debris, leaves, and things on the walkway as you walk past. There's a lot of overhanging shrubbery that hangs from the gate or the fence that's just to your right as you're walking down, that hangs over into that area, that some of it almost even touches the house.
And the walkway itself, sir, was it clean and swept when you walked down there that morning on June 13th?
No, it was not.
What was the condition?
Well, as I said, it had leaves and twigs and, dirt and other things that were back in there.
Your Honor, I have here another board that has. Asked it to be marked people 69?
68.
68?
All right, people 68. Board with 4 photos without A, B, and C.
Asked for it, but they will all be done, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Just makes it easier for all of us.
It does, it does. Are you looking at those, sir?
Yes, I am.
They will be labeled from left to right at the top, A and B, left to right at the bottom, C and D. What is the location shown in those photographs?
This is the walkway to the south of the Rockingham address that I previously stated that I'd walk down.
And does that appear to accurately depict the condition that you found the walkway in that morning?
Yes, it does.
In photograph A, can I put it up on the screen? You can look at your monitor. Do you see that box hanging out of the wall there?
Yes,
What is that?
it's an air conditioning unit.
And was that unit for Cato Kalin's room?
I would have to assume that's for Cato's room.
Okay.
Cato Kalin's room, yes.
Did you ever go into his room?
No.
Okay. Now, John, can you get B? And photograph B. You see that area of the ground, sir?
Yes,
Is that the condition in which you found it on June the 13th?
yes,
C. And photograph C?
yes,
Is that the position and the condition in which you found that glove?
that's the item that Detective Furman had pointed out to me, yes.
When were you, as you proceeded down the walkway, sir, do you recall whether there were any gates that you had to walk through?
I believe there was 2 gates that we had to walk through. That I remember, there may be more.
Were either one of them, was there a lock on either one of them, or were they open?
They were open.
When you walked through, go back to the diagram, if you don't mind. When you walked through the first gate, sir, were you able to see the glove on the walkway?
No,
When you walked through the second gate, were you able to see the glove on the walkway?
no.
How close to the glove did you get before you were able to see it?
Quite a ways, I mean, very close to it. It was light outside, but it was still dark in that area because of the overhanging shrubbery. Basically, I had never seen this item before, so I didn't know where to look.
And so how close did you have to get to it before you actually saw it?
I got to it within about possibly 3 or 4 feet.
Did you touch it?
No.
And when you got to within 3 or 4 feet of it, what did you do?
I stood there and shined a flashlight on it and observed what it appeared to be, and then told Mark, I says, let's go back to the house and inform Van Ander and Lang of this.
Did you think that was significant, that glove?
Overruled.
Well, it appeared to be some, no, I'm sorry.
You can answer the question, yes or no. Did it appear to you to be significant?
Yes.
Next question.
And why was it significant to you?
It looked like it was also the same type of glove that we had seen at the Bundy location.
Did you ever go back farther than that glove to see what was behind the guest units in that house?
No.
After you got within 3 to 4 feet of the glove, what did you do?
Walked around, turned around, and went back into the house
And how did you enter the house?
through the same door I'd exited.
That breakfast area?
Yes.
Did you give some instruction to Mark Furman?
He came with me.
Right. After seeing the glove, did you give him some instruction?
I gave him some instructions that we were to notify Van Ander and Lang of what he had found and what he had showed me.
And so you then did both you and Detective Furman go back into the house?
Yes.
What happened next?
Detective Furman, I believe, walked up to Detective Van Ander first and told him what he had basically told me. And then Van Ander and Furman then left and went to the same, looked like they were going to go to the same location that I had, but I did not go with them.
Where did you go?
Stayed right where I was at, right by the kitchen breakfast cook door.
What happened next?
I stayed there. A short time later, Van Ander and Furman came back, and they had a conversation with Detective Lang, and then Lang and Furman took off the same direction that we had gone before, but I didn't go with them again.
Did you stay in front with Detective Van Adder?
I don't know if Van Ander was with me the whole time. I was just basically standing around, talking to people at different times, but not doing anything.
Where were you standing around in? What area?
In that breakfast area, the front part of the house, front part of the residence, that breakfast area.
Now, this was not your case anymore, is that right?
Not my case at all.
So why were you still there?
Because my partner, Detective Furman, was still showing Van Ander and Lang certain items that he had found, and we had not left the location yet from when we arrived.
Now, let me ask you something, sir. You had said earlier that the way you need to make notification is in person. That's the way that's preferred, is that right?
If it's practical, you do it in person, yes.
But you didn't wind up doing it that way, did you?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because we found someone at the residence that put us in touch with Mr. Simpson. We'd already made contact with members of his family, Arnell Simpson. It was kind of a mute point to sit there and say, no, I'm not going to tell you anything and leave the residence. So we got a hold of Mr. Simpson, informed him over the telephone, which wasn't the exact way that we'd like to have done it. But that's the way the situation presented itself.
And what do you mean that's the way the situation presented itself? Were you concerned that the media was going to find out before him?
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Let me withdraw that. What were you concerned about? Why did you tell him on the telephone?
Well, as I said, when we got there, we'd already contacted 2 people at that residence. We'd already told them we had an emergency. We were trying to look for him. It would have been very, very insensitive to just go, I'm sorry, he's not here, we're going to leave. People can find out later why we were here. She said she could get a hold of her father, so we got a hold of her father and gave him the information that we had to give him. It's not that we would love to have given it to him in person had he been there, but he wasn't there in person, so we used the telephone.
During your phone call to Mr. Simpson, can you tell us where Detective Van Adder was? Did you know?
No, I don't.
Did you ever inform Detective Van Adder of what Kathy Randa told you about the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson?
I don't know if I told Van Add or I told Lang, because Lang was in the kitchen with me with Arnell.
He was in your immediate vicinity?
Yes?
Now, after Detective Lang came back with Detective Furman, what happened next?
They asked Mark Furman and I to go back, Tom Lang did ask Mark Furman and I to go back to the Bundy location.
And for what purpose? What were you going to do?
Tom had asked Mark to go back to the Bundy location and look at the glove at the Bundy location and get another look at it and see if it was in fact a match to the one that we had up at the Rockingham location.
And then what happened?
Mark Furman and I left the Rockingham location and drove back to the Bundy location.
So you left, you went back in your car
Yes.
together? When you went back to the Bundy location, did you see where did you go? What did you do?
We parked our car. I saw Mark Furman walk over to the Bundy location. He was going to take a closer look at the glove. And I saw Lieutenant Spangler and Captain Dial and some other command staff standing in the middle of the intersection. And they were looking at me, and I walked over to them to give them information that I had received or what had been done in the last hour.
And what time was it when you got back to the Bundy location with Detective Furman?
It was about 6:30.
And you saw him walk over towards the location?
He walked over to the crime scene location, and I walked over to Lieutenant Spangler and Captain Dial to inform them of what had been taking place, and also John Rogers.
Now, was the crime scene still taped off?
Yes?
And did you see anyone walking on the front walkway that leads from the sidewalk of Bundy to the front steps of the condo?
No, there was no one walking around.
Your Honor, could we cut the feed, please?
People's Exhibit 55.
All right.
Can you-
Officers are directed not to attempt to take photographs of the screen.
Can you tell us who that is pointing to the evidence in that picture, sir?
That's Detective Mark Furman.
Is that what he was wearing all night that night?
Yes?
That's how he was dressed?
Yes?
From the time you arrived at Bundy at 2:10 a.m.?
Well, the same question regarding I have a
Overruled because there was some other testimony regarding clothing in the interim.
What was that answer, sir? Is that
Yes.
how he was dressed when you arrived at 2:10 a.m.?
Yes?
And the location that he is pointing to, you recognize that?
Yes?
What's he pointing to, sir?
It's pointing to the location where the glove is.
Okay. And is that the direction in which you saw him leaving when you went to talk to Lieutenant Spangler?
Yes, I did not see this photograph taken.
And this is People's Exhibit
55?
55.
Cut. Jonathan. All right, and at some point while you were there, after you got to Bundy, did another detective arrive?
Yes, Tom Lang returned.
How long after you got back to Bundy did he arrive?
Probably 10 or 15 minutes.
And what did he do?
He began to do his crime scene and investigation of the Bundy location.
Did he make some request of you, sir?
Yes, he did.
And what was that request?
He asked me to make the first phone call to the coroner's office to give them the first call.
What does that mean, the first call?
It's a system that we have worked with the coroner's office where the first call informs them basically what we have. It's not a call to come out to the location. It's just to inform them of what we have. So the coroner's office can make preparations that their truck or one of their technicians is going to be needed over in the West Los Angeles area so they can have more control over their personnel time-wise.
I think you indicated earlier, sir, that around 3 a.m. you wanted to call the coroner, but Lieutenant Spangler told you not to.
Overruled.
Yes?
Can you explain to us why you wanted to make the first call when you already knew the case was going over to another set of detectives and not yourself.
Well, I wasn't going to request the coroner at the location. I was just going to make the first call notification to the coroner, informing them what we had, which is exactly what I did at 6:50. It was still the first call.
So they'd be ready when the final detectives made the call?
Yes,
All right, so you made the first call notification for them to prepare at 6:50?
yes,
Was there a transcript prepared of your discussion with the coroner's office that morning?
I believe so.
And have you seen that?
Yes,
One, Councilwoman.
This is the first page of the transcript, Your Honor, prepared. I believe a portion of this was shown to the jury during Mr. Cochran's opening statement. I'd ask that this page be marked Peoples 69.
69.
You're going to have to probably make it.
One, please.
All right. Do you recognize what you see there?
yes,
Does that appear to be the first page of the transcript of the conversation you had with the coroner's office on the morning of June the 13th?
yes,
In the very first passage where you are speaking, sir, do you recognize that passage where you tell them you have a double homicide?
yes,
And in that first passage, what do you recall having that conversation?
yes, I do.
What were you trying to convey to them in that first response? That first.
I was trying to convey, we have the words up.
This is.
Say.
May we approach? This is foundational, Your Honor.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, do you want to withdraw that question? Withdraw the question?
I withdraw the question, Your Honor.
All right, proceed.
I'm going to try and ask a better one. Could we, does that show the whole thing? All right. Let's look at that first paragraph, sir.
Yes,
You read it.
yes,
You recognize the words in that paragraph.
yes,
Is that what you said? I got a double homicide that we want to let you know about. It's going to be, the press is going to be crawling on us like ants when they find out what's going on. Were those your words?
Yes, you're going to make it very hard for me to go to the press again, aren't you?
I'm calling them ants.
Yes, they've been called worse. Jackals, I think? Okay,
I'll stay with ants.
we'll stay with ants. Can you tell us what you meant by that, sir?
I think the words speak for themselves.
I don't think this is,
This is,
I don't think we need to interpret this line.
but I do, let's go to the next one.
All right.
All right, do you recognize, first read that paragraph to yourself, sir.
Yes?
All right. You recognize those words?
One problem is that it should not have underlying. It should not have.
Do you have an unmarked copy? All right.
I think I have that.
All right, let's take that one down, Mr. Fetlow.
This is a very faint line.
It's a line. That's the fact doesn't make any difference.
That's-
a problem.
That's the way it came to us, Your Honor. There's nothing improper about a line.
Wait.
I'd like to, perhaps counsel.
Wait. You don't have a clean copy of that document?
This is the way we got them.
No, Your Honor, let me just, that's not true. We have.
Hold on.
I'll be glad to see if I can cut.
How long is the document?
It is true that these are the
Wait.
only ones we have. Your Honor.
Wait. Counsel, when I say wait means stop. All right? How many pages is that?
Altogether, Your Honor, it's the entire transcript here was 3, 5, 6, 7, with a message page, like 8 pages altogether.
All right, Ms. Clark, how much of this transcript are you preparing to proceed with?
I believe it's only the first page.
Mr. Cochran,
But why don't we, may I ask a favor, Your Honor?
I was going to have my staff make a clean photocopy for both sides.
I have clean photocopies, that's what we have. It's
She can
clean.
have that?
She can have that. Let her have that.
We don't need the comments on either side.
She can have that, yeah.
All right.
Thank you. What
Proceed.
I ask, Your Honor, is could we pass these out to the jury?
Do you
This page?
have the tape to play? Do you have the tape of this conversation?
I don't have an audio tape. But if we could pass the page out to the
Well,
jury.
I mean, this is why we have this system here.
You don't want, you don't.
Let's use the Elmo if the jurors tell me they can't read it.
Okay.
All right, 1492, can you read that? Thank you.
All right, in this second paragraph, you indicated this is the first call, and we got a lot of work to do yet. But we need to get you guys rolling out here so we can get these bodies, which are visible from the street, out here as soon as possible.
Yes?
You recall saying that?
Yes?
Now, first of all, tell us what you mean when you say this is the first call. What is that?
I'm very troubled. She's been over this already, when the first call is. The document speaks for itself.
Overruled. Is this the first call you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Next question.
You indicate you've got a lot of work to do yet?
Yes?
And what do you mean by that?
Well, Tom Lang had just returned to that crime scene, and as of that time, very, very little crime scene investigation had been done. He hadn't even begun to really evaluate the crime scene that he had, so he did have a lot of work to do yet.
As that, what you were describing before, earlier in your testimony when you said you have to get work done before you get the coroner out?
Sustained.
Do you recall referring to that situation earlier in your testimony?
Yes,
And is that what you're referring to here?
yes,
Liaison investigator.
Overruled.
yes.
All right. Now, when you said these bodies which are visible from the street, were you making a comment about the visibility at that time of day, sir?
Sustained.
Okay. What were you trying to convey with respect to that?
Overruled.
Speak for themselves.
Hold on. What problem is created by bodies being visible from the street?
Well, if they're viewed to the public can see them. We just as soon get them moved as soon as possible out of the street.
Just common decency?
Common decency to the families, to the victim.
Next question.
And they were they were visible at that particular time, sir?
Second upon that question.
To you?
Yes,
Was it light out by then?
yes.
Now, when you say we, who are you referring to?
I was making this phone call for Tom Lang, so I was referring to we as in Tom and I.
And you indicated as soon as possible?
Well, that's why we were making the first call to get them ready to go. We would make our second call when we wanted them, and they would be ready to do it. We could get it taken care of as soon as possible.
Next paragraph. All right. Now, in this paragraph, you can read it. You stated, we kind of
Overruled, counsel.
not following procedure, but we're kind of asking a favor and, kind of work a little bit on this one.
Yes.
What procedure are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to a procedure or policy of the Los Angeles Police Department where if I'm the investigating officer or the senior officer at a scene of a major unusual occurrence or a major news media event, it's my obligation to notify the press relations officer or the media about the situation that's going on. And I chose not to do that.
And is there something in your manual, actually, that says you are required, or the investigating officer is required to notify the media when a high-profile case occurs?
But it talks about, I believe, the senior officer at the scene, and at the time I was making the phone call, I was a senior officer at the scene from West LA.
Do you have a copy of that manual? Did you bring that with you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where you could locate it in this
Yes.
manual? Would you please do that?
All right, record should reflect Ms. Clark is handing.
Thank you. Record should reflect I'm handing him a book that states on the front of it 1994 to 1995 Manual of the Los Angeles Police Department. Is this the manual you were referring to, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead and locate that for us, if you would.
And Detective Phillips, what section are you making reference to?
We're looking in volume 1, 420.40.
All right, Mr. Cochran, do you have a copy of that?
No, may I put it in?
You want to have the clerk make a photocopy of that, counsel?
Yes.
All right. Detective Phillips, why don't you just hand that to me? Yes. Madam Court Reporter, would this be a good moment to switch? All right. We're having our standard Murphy's Law problem with the photocopy machine. All right, Ms. Clark. Ms. Maximum, you ready? Counsel, you have to give a copy to the people.
All right, Your Honor, if I might, I'd like to put this on the screen,
On the Elmo?
on the Elmo.
Fine.
All right, you indicated that in your conversation with the coroner, there was,
Matter of fact, this is not asking a proper question.
it's a foundational,
Overruled.
that you were kind of not following procedure. And now you want to explain to us the procedure that you were referring to.
You want me to read it?
Sure.
Responsibility for release of information. When an event being investigated is such a spectacular or unusual nature as to stimulate general community interest, the news media will be notified. Normally, it is the responsibility of an area or division commanding officer or the senior officer at the scene to make such notifications. However, when there is an event of major proportions, a press relations officer will assume responsibility for the release of information.
And that was the procedure you were referring to in your conversation with the coroner that morning.
Yeah, can I, he sent that check.
Overruled.
Yes.
All right, did you want to mark that portion as a People's Exhibit,
I
People
should.
70?
I should, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, then what did you mean by we're kind of asking a favor? And kind of work a little bit on this one.
We were trying to keep this from becoming a news media event as for as long as possible. So we were asking the coroner's office to go along with us and not make any notifications themselves to the news media.
Was it their responsibility to make a notification to the news media?
I have no idea what their policy is or what their procedures are. I was just asking their cooperation.
Answer will stand.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of your answer. You were what?
I was just asking them to cooperate with my request. I did not know what their procedures were, if they had to make a notification themselves. I was asking them to cooperate with what I was asking them to do.
Under ordinary circumstances, what should you have done? In this situation, you indicated to us that you called the coroner. You said, look, I don't want to call the media. They're going to be all over us. And so you didn't. You didn't notify the media. Under ordinary circumstances, what would you have done if you were to follow the procedure that you were trying not to follow here?
Trying to get me in trouble, aren't you? What I should have done.
Hold.
What I should have done was I should have made a notification to detective headquarters, which is open 24 hours a day, inform them of the event that we had, the possible news media event this would create, and they in turn would have called press relations people at home. Press relations people would have been notified. They would have come out to the scene and they would have handled the press. That's what I should have done.
Now, the press relations officer, that was Deputy Chief Dave Gascon.
At that time, yes.
He's Deputy Chief now. He wasn't
He's
then.
commander then.
And would it have been his responsibility to notify the press of this case?
I have no idea what his responsibilities at press relations would have been and who he would have notified or when.
What was your concern then? Why didn't you want to call him?
Well, I didn't want to not call him only. I just did not want the press notified. There was several items that had come into play at that time. As the West LA coordinator of the homicide unit, and I don't actually work the homicides, I'm a peripheral person out there. I have sergeants walking up to me and lieutenants walking up to me going, how long are you going to keep my people here? We have other calls for service. There's other people that need the police out here. The longer I kept that unit there, the less time they would be out on doing patrol functions. The change of watch was coming down at 7 o'clock, which meant morning watch was just getting relieved of duty, and that day watch was coming to work. All the cars that were at West LA out in the field at the crime scene needed to go back to West Los Angeles to be given to the day watch units so the day watch units could come to work. So I had a change of watch going on.
All right, next question.
So what was the problem then? A manpower problem?
Sustained.
What was the problem that you were concerned about?
Was concerned of a resource problem at two different crime scenes in the same division with manpower to adequately protect both crime scenes and also do whatever other functions West Los Angeles community needed.
And how would the press presence have complicated that?
We would have needed more press or more police officers to cordon off the areas once the press got there, as we all found out later on.
What happened later on?
We had several media personnel show up and crawling around us.
And when was that in terms of time? Can you recall?
The press started showing up, I believe, 7:30, 8 o'clock is when they started showing up, and then all of a sudden it was just massive after that.
Mm-hmm. And did it just continue to build after about 8 o'clock?
Sustained.
After 8 o'clock, when the first press you thought came about what time?
Well, I wasn't paying exactly attention to it. So I'd say 7:30, 8 o'clock, maybe a little later.
After the first press arrived, did any more press arrive?
Yes,
Did they continue to arrive throughout the morning
yes,
and the afternoon?
yes.
At what time did you leave the Bundy scene?
I left the Bundy scene several times. I left, went to other locations, and came back.
And every time you came back to Bundy, had the press decreased?
No, it had increased.
And did it continue to do so during the day?
Continued to increase at both locations throughout the day.
So you made your first notification at 6:50?
Yes,
Did you subsequently make a second call to get the coroner out to the scene?
yes.
And do you know what time that was?
I don't recall the second time that I made the second notification. It slipped my memory for the moment.
Okay. Who was it that asked you to make the second notification?
Tom Lang?
And did you do so immediately?
Yes, I did. My 8:10 ring a bell with me right now. I'm not sure, but I think it might have been 8:10.
10 minutes after 8 in the morning that you called?
I'm only guessing now, so I shouldn't do that.
May I have a moment, please? On the same transcript, Your Honor, I'd like to proceed to page 6.
All right, page 6 of People 69.
You recognize what's being shown there on the monitor, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize, is that the further down in the transcript that we have previously been talking about of your conversation with the coroner on the
Yes.
morning of June the 13th?
Yes,
And does it show another conversation between you and someone from the coroner's office?
yes,
And does it show a time for that call?
yes.
And what was that time, sir?
8 minutes after 8 in the morning.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the time at which you actually made the call?
More precise, yes.
All right, now in this call, directing your attention to the transcript, it shows that you stated we already gave you guys the first call several hours ago on Bundy.
Yes,
You indicated that your first call actually was at 6:50
that's correct.
to the coroner. Was that an accurate time, sir?
Yes,
What did you mean then when you said you gave the call several hours ago on Bundy?
just a form of speech.
Is that what it felt like?
Yeah, just, this, you interpret every word, you know.
Overruled. Overruled.
May have seemed like that at the time, but
And farther down, you asked, okay, can you give me an ETA if you started rolling now?
yes.
What did you mean by that?
Estimated time of arrival.
Okay. And if we could go farther down. Person you're speaking to, Heath,
Yes.
do you know who that is?
Yeah, he's one of the people that answers the phone at the coroner's office.
Does he do anything with respect to dispatching or giving notification to the people that have to go to the scene at the coroner's office?
That's his function, I believe, that morning.
Okay. So he gave you some information in this transcript as it's shown during your conversation that the driving time and the estimate?
Yes,
And then you stated, okay, so you're talking a good 45 minutes then?
right.
Right. Farther down? Now, why are you asking for an ETA? What is the purpose of that?
Find out at what time they could dispatch their personnel to our location, so I could coincide that with Tom Lang's, when he would probably be ready for them, and put the two together.
Okay. Now, farther along in the transcript, do you discuss the time further with him in your conversation?
Yes,
And do you give them a description of what they should expect there?
yes. Sorry, is that a question?
I think you just answered it.
Oh, okay.
Do you see the further information here? Do you recognize these statements about you got coroner's number yet?
Yes,
Is that you?
I'm asking, do you have the corner number yet?
And then you're getting that from this person, Mr. Heath?
Yes.
And for what purpose are you asking for the coroner's numbers?
We always put the corner numbers down. That's how we refer to them in the coroner's office from that point on.
Okay. And then you see the end of your conversation.
Yes.
I think that's all. May I have a moment, please?
Certainly.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Morning, Detective.
Good morning, Mr. Cochran. How are you?
I'm just fine. How are you this morning?
Fine.
All right, great. Your Honor, might we start with, I have some transcripts of the entire conversation involving Detective Phillips for the jury. I'd like to mark them. One of them, and have them passed out to the jury. I'd like to play, have it queued up with the.
Your Honor,
like
did you
play-
just refuse to allow me to do that?
I don't refuse to allow him or anything.
Are you going to play the whole? I asked you, do you have the tape?
She said she didn't have the tape. What she's talking about refusing. She said,
Over here at sidebar, please.
Next in order.
Yes, Deputy Jackson, would you distribute those to the jury, please?
You'll save us a copy.
I mean, we inspect the tape physically before it's played.
All right, folks, if you just hold on to those transcripts, don't read them until we actually start playing the tape that it pertains to.
We get another clean copy of it. It comes with one we're using.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, I didn't hear that.
We get another clean copy of it, and so the defense just took the one we used.
I think it's the same one that you have without the underlines, isn't it?
We wanted to mark it, but the defense objected to the one we were
Wait,
using, so.
wait, counsel, wait. When I say wait, everybody stops talking and sits down. All right, Ms. Clark, have you had the opportunity to look at the tape? Mr. Darden?
I have, Your Honor. Mr. Cochran's told me that the tape has not been enhanced or otherwise edited, and I accept that representation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cochran, you may proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. Good morning again, Detective Phillips. Sorry for the delay. I'm going to play the tape now, and I want you to assist us in identifying the voices. Would you like a copy of the transcript also?
Yes.
To go along with you? You perhaps need one. May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'll ask Mr. Harris, Your Honor, to place the tape in now. I'll ask him to stop it at certain points.
All right, let's go back to
Let's
the,
back-
beginning.
Again. Just before he plays that, let me ask a question, if I might, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Detective Phillips, this purports to be a telephonic communication between a deputy coroner by the name of Paul Willis and yourself, and I'll ask you if you recognize the voices at some point, okay?
I'll recognize mine.
Okay, and you hopefully recognize the other voice. All right, why don't we start from the very beginning?
I want to let you know about it's going to be precious and it's falling on us like ants and I find out what's going on. Okay, well, the first.
Now, whose voice is that?
Before it said, okay, what?
Yes, where I got it
That was
done
my
alongside.
voice.
That's your voice? All right.
Sounds like it.
And that was your voice on June 13th, 1994 at about 6:49?
Yes, sir.
This your first call?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's proceed.
Call, we've got a lot of work to do yet, but we need to get you guys rolling out here so we can get these bodies, which are visible from the street out of here as soon as possible. Okay, we're kind of not following procedures, but we're kind of asking a favor and, you know, kind of work a little bit on this one.
Now, at that point, when you talked about not following procedure, one of the procedures of the Los Angeles Police Department and part of your manual is that you are to notify the coroner as soon as practicable, as soon as possible. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And if you look in your book there before your manual, isn't there a section 238.46, notification to the coroner?
Yes.
And it says essentially, doesn't it, sir, that it shall be the responsibility of the investigating officers to notify the coroner of all deaths occurring, and it lists a series of times. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And as an experienced homicide investigator, you know that it's important for the coroner to be notified, because the sooner the coroner gets there, sooner the coroner can do what the coroner does and try to ascertain when the time of death was. Isn't that correct?
That's important.
Isn't that important in every case, the time of death?
It's important. It could be.
And in your own department, there have been complaints from the coroner's office about the LAPD not giving them notice on time. Isn't that correct?
I've never heard of any of those complaints.
You never heard of these complaints?
No, sir.
Have you heard that your own chief, Willie Williams, has instituted an investigation into the detectives not giving proper notice and appropriate notice to the coroner's office?
Objection if Bailey was proper and appropriate and hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm not aware of any investigation being done by Chief Willie Williams.
You're not aware of any investigation since June of 1994 where the chief has had an investigation done because the LAPD does not give timely notice to the coroner's office. Now I'm asking.
Overruled. Overruled.
I've told you that I do not know about that investigation, sir.
And you've never heard of the LA County Coroner's Office complaining about the LAPD not giving notice?
Objection. Objection to the city council.
Overruled. Overruled.
I'm not aware of any fresh, new complaint or investigation going on. I'm aware of the fact that that's what brought about the first call and the second call, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, let's talk about something other than fresh then. Let's talk about, I've asked you generally, now let's ask, what do you know about the coroner's office being concerned about not getting notification of these deaths?
Well, I know that the coroner's office requested we make a first call, telling them what we have so they could make arrangements to have their personnel ready for when we made a second call to come out to a crime scene. So they would not waste as much time getting their manpower situated along with our manpower.
Now, when was that? When was that discussion? When did you institute this first call procedure?
Well, that's been instituted for years.
Is that in your manual anywhere?
I know it's in a special order,
Is it in your manual?
special order
Operations.
number 21, I believe.
Do you have that up there?
I don't have it here.
So it's not in the manual.
I don't know if it's it's probably in the manual. If it's a special order, it's now in special orders go in the manual.
All right, well, over the lunch hour, would you look and see if you can find it for us? I suspect we'll be back this afternoon.
I have a copy of it.
Okay, well, you can see if you can find it in the manual for us over lunch hour?
Okay.
All right. Now, but basically, you are aware, and in the manual is 238.46, notification to coroner. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And it indicates that, in fact, maybe if Your Honor would allow, I'm not sure this has been marked. I would like to show this to counsel, and I'd like to mark this and put it on the OMO at this point before we go back to the tape.
People have an opportunity to check it against the 94, 95, make sure it's the same.
All right. Perhaps we should pass on to something else. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while the attorneys are conferring, if you want to stand up and stretch or stretch your legs a little, feel free to do so. Mr. Cochran, would you give those items to photocopies to Ms. Moran, please? Thank you. Too late.
Just a second here.
All right. Hey, Mr. Tyler, would you tell Ms. Moran I need about a half dozen of each, please? Half dozen. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. I believe we're now, I think counsel has a copy and I have a copy, and we're now, I believe, ready to proceed. I think whatever I asked last, I'll move to strike that, Your Honor, and go to this question. Detective Phillips, you've now provided us with a 1994 version of the notification to coroner, and it's 238.46 of the Los Angeles Police Department manual. Is that correct?
Yes?
And do you have a copy of that still?
No, you took
All right,
mine.
I'm going to bring it back for you. Okay. I'm going to ask the court to mark that as the defendant's next in order and put it on the Elmo, Your Honor. I'm going to return these to Detective Phillips.
All right, that's defense.
Thank you, sir.
1016.
2016?
Yes.
Now, can you bring that a little clearer, please? And now it's 238.46. 46. Now, that section indicates, does it not, Detective Phillips, that it shall be the responsibility of the investigating officers to notify the coroner of all deaths occurring, then list a series of times, and under them are when the deceased died under certain circumstances while under arrest. Is that correct?
Yes?
When the deceased has not been attended by a physician within 20 days preceding death.
Yes?
When the deceased committed suicide.
Yes?
When the attending physician is unable to state the cause of death.
Yes?
When the deceased died as a result of an accident.
Yes?
And when there is any suspicion that the death resulted from the use of narcotics.
Yes?
And then, and I hope we copied that, over at the next page at the top. goes on to say, under such circumstances as to afford a reasonable ground to suspect that death was caused by the criminal act of another. And this, of course, was the section under which you were operating. Is that correct?
Yes,
And so that was part of your manual, part of your responsibility as an investigating officer. Is that correct?
Was
On that
not.
date in June 12th.
it's my responsibility as the investigating officer, had I been the investigating officer at the time.
Right. And since you had been relieved of duty, it fell to Lang and Van Adder. And as such, as we're hearing from this tape, you were carrying out the request of Tom Lang to do this. Is that correct, sir?
That's right.
Now, in addition to that, right under this particular section, it cites Health and Safety Code section 10250. Now, as an experienced detective, you know what that section is about, don't you?
Yes,
And so that we're all clear, Your Honor, I'd like to mark as defendants next, in order, I'm giving counsel a copy of the Health and Safety Code. I'd like to mark as defendants next in order D1017. You can put on the OMO the particular section 1017. Now, what is your understanding about responsibility of the coroner and this particular Health and Safety Code section 10250? If the coroner is not notified promptly and appropriately, what is your response? What is your understanding of that?
well, it's been a long time since I read the Health and Safety Code, but I understand if you were to have a situation where you would have a dead body and you made no notification at all to the coroner's office, and I imagine just left and walked away from it, you would be guilty of a misdemeanor or of some type of crime.
All right, let's look at this section. This section does provide under 10250 that if you look right at this section.
Excuse me, counsel, is that the 94 version?
I hope it is. We got it from Your Honor's clerks, I think. Hopefully that's good.
That's,
We got it from Your Honor's clerk.
no, there is a 1994 amendment to,
All right, well, we got one minute, so can I see that? So incidentally, Your Honor.
well, if we're going to use the statute, let's use the statute.
Correct one, yes, sir. I'm going to replace this and mark this 1017, Your Honor. Ms. Clark and I have both seen it. Where it says any person who does not notify the coroner as required by this section is guilty of a misdemeanor. So it makes it a crime, does it not?
If you were to do that, yes.
Right, if you didn't give notice to the coroner under these circumstances spelled out in 10250. Is that correct, sir?
If you didn't notify the coroner when you had a dead body and you were the police officer, I'd assume you were violating the law.
All right. And with regard to this whole concept of the first call you were kind enough to give us a special order number 21, dated November 17th, 1993, and the subject deals with notifications to the coroner. You have your
Yes.
original back, do you?
Yes,
And this was signed by our Chief of Police, Willie L. Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And with regard to this particular document, can you copy this? Give a copy of this. Give you guys. I'm going to mark this. I'd like to mark that defendant's 101, 1018, Your Honor. All right. And this, I only have, your staff is very frugal, Your Honor. They only make 2 copies, so I'll have to stand over Ms. Clark's shoulder if I can. This,
The people don't even know there's underlining on it.
well, it came from her witness, so I guess it's all right. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Now, this document, Special Order Number 21, November 17, 1993, the purpose of this document was what? You recall the purpose?
It was just a purpose for me to read it.
Well, as you understand the purpose, yes, sir, you can read it.
It has to do with immediate notifications whenever it is determined that a death falls within the purview of the coroner's office.
All right, let's say when you said immediate notification, that means quickly, right away, immediate?
As soon as possible.
Is that what immediate means to you?
In these types of circumstances, that's what it means to me.
All right, and so when it says immediate notification, when the death falls within the purview of the coroner's office, and what does that mean, sir?
Well, when it comes under one of the sections that we just previously read about whether it's an accidental death and not within 20 days and in custody or as a narcotics or as a hands of another.
So these deaths would come within that purview, would they not?
I would think so.
And this will allow the coroner to be more effectively deployed, the coroner to more effectively deploy resources throughout the city and reduce potential delays in responses to death scenes. Is that correct?
By the coroner's office, yes.
And then the chief goes on to say this order revises procedures for notifications to the coroner's office, right?
That's correct.
And pursuant to this, based upon when you received this order, did you, out in West Los Angeles?
Yes,
All right. And then once you received this order, you proceeded to try and implement it, did you not, on cases you were investigating?
yes,
And you'd have to assume, would you not, that the detectives at robbery homicide, which is the downtown unit in Parker Center, also received this unit, is that correct?
I would have no idea if they received it.
Wouldn't you think that general distribution, an order from the chief of police would go to all units?
I would imagine that they got it down there, but I don't know for sure if they've got it.
All right, I understand. But it was in general circulation. You got it out in West Los Angeles.
Yes, I did.
And it goes on to say, does it not, that the investigating officer at the scene of the death, which requires notification to the coroner, shall make the notification immediately upon determining that the death falls within the purview of the coroner's office. Is that what it says?
Yes, it does.
If the coroner is not immediately needed at the scene, the investigating officer shall advise the coroner of an approximate time when the coroner's deputy can respond. Is that right?
That's correct.
If no time can be estimated, the investigating officer shall arrange to make a second notification to the coroner when response is appropriate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, very much. Thank you. Thanks, Marshall. Now, before we get back to the tape, this particular section we're just reading now, Special Order Number 21, changed the policy as it existed prior to November 17th, 1993, right?
Yes.
And it talked about immediate notification. Did you ever ask Chief Williams or anybody in the chief's office what he meant by immediate notification?
No, I've never discussed it with him.
Did you ever have any training or seminar as to what they meant about immediate notification?
Well, I know what they're referring to, but this is a black and white thing you're referring to, and I deal in the gray area out here. When you walk out to a crime scene, you just don't immediately turn around and make a phone call to the coroner's office. You have to see what you have to investigate what you have to talk to some certain people, and so as soon as practicable, you immediately make that notification. It's not one of the first things you do when you get to a crime scene. Never has been, Mr. Cochran.
I understand, but I'm talking to you now about this change in the chief's office, November 17th, 1993, which I believe you told us came about because the coroner's office had some kind of complaints or concerns. Isn't that correct?
Well, as I told you, I wasn't aware of the complaints that were being made, and I wasn't aware of the investigation. But I think the complaint was basically because we would call and then we would wait hours and hours and hours for a coroner's office to show up. So this was implemented so it would cut down on our delay time in waiting for a coroner and their time when they were going to arrive. So we would both work together to where we could get the coroner's office out there at the time when we were ready for them.
Would you agree with me that waiting from 12:15 to 6:50 in the morning, you think that's immediate for the first call?
Well, no, but the circumstances out there dictated that. And as it says, as you read farther on in this special order, why we waited further.
I see, but you said the circumstances dictated. But if it impinges upon the ability of the coroner to do their job, and somebody's freedom might also be determined by the...
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm trying to finish the question.
It's argumentative.
Well, let me see if I can restate it in a less argumentative fashion, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If the coroner's not being notified affected the coroner in determining the cause of the time of death in a particular case, do you think that's a pretty important circumstance?
If that occurred.
And did you think that might be certainly more important than notifying the press relations officer downtown about the press being crawling on the scene like ants? You compared the two. Do you think that would be more important?
Well, the coroner's office was notified, Mr. Cochran.
Now, I'm asking you if you compared the press relations officers and your concerns with that, with the notification of the coroner, who could then come out and start a process by which he could perhaps, with greater specificity, determine the cause of death. Wouldn't you think that's more important?
Well, it would be more important to have the coroner out there, sure, than it would be to notify the coroner's the press relations officer. But
all right, you've answered.
Did them both at the same time.
All right, you've answered the question. Thank you. Now, Your Honor, if we might, may we proceed with the tape down?
Yes.
Okay, you're at the scene now? Yeah. Okay, but what is your call number at the station? 310? 575-8441. Do we have names on these people? No, I don't. Okay.
Now, at that point, when he asked if we have names on these people, you said, no, I don't, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't, at that time, you didn't have to tell him anything about Simpson or anything of that nature. Isn't that correct? This is your first call, right?
I didn't have the names of the people.
But I'm saying you didn't have to tell him anything about it, even being high profile at that point. This was your first notification, was it not?
That's correct.
And so you didn't have any actual names, right?
Didn't have both names.
Okay. You suspected one name, but you said, when Willis asked you, do we have names of these people? You said, no, I don't.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. All right, let's continue on.
Both males or? A male, female, a female and a male. All right. Are they Caucasian? It appears that both of them are Caucasian. The female is definitely Caucasian. The male appears to be Caucasian. Okay. Where are they? They are at 8. You get this 875 South Bundy, Bundy. Okay, and you say they're in plain view? Well, you can see them, yeah, from the street here. They're a little off the sidewalk. They're at the front of the house. But the problem is, when this thing breaks, we're gonna have news from everywhere here. It's gonna be a very, very prominent sports celebrity. So, can you give me the name?
All right, so you then kind of volunteered that it was the ex-wife of a prominent sportscaster or whatever. It was a high profile. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And he had no way of knowing that at this point. You were just trying to get a number to get them alerted, weren't you? Isn't that correct?
Well, he asked me a question and I gave him an answer.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, you're a police officer and people ask you questions all the time and you don't answer. Isn't that right?
Sometimes, sometimes not.
All right. So in this instance, if you were concerned about keeping this matter quiet and not getting any great publicity, there was no obligation on you to say to Mr. Willis that It's going to be a high-profile type deal. It's the ex-wife of a very prominent sportscast star or sports celebrity. You didn't have to tell him that, did you?
I didn't have to, no.
Okay, but you did, didn't you?
I did.
All right. Now, he then goes on and asks you, can you give me the name? Is that correct? Pick it up there.
Well, you're not gonna let this. No, I'm an investigator. Okay, I'm gonna have to trust you on this. It's OJ Simpson's ex-wife. Oh boy. Okay.
So now, you told him you had to trust him on this. Did you know this man before this, Detective Phillips?
Oh, I've talked to him before.
All right, but had you ever met him personally?
I may have.
Well,
I mean, I've met a lot of guys down at the coroner's office. I may have met the man, and I may never have met the man. I recognize the name from calling in several times.
Well, I understand, but you can't, we sit here now, can you place the face with the person?
I believe so.
All right, well, were you such good friends that you could trust him on this?
Well, he's a coroner's office examiner that I'm calling and talking to, so I did trust him.
All right, but if you wanted to keep this low profile and kind of a secret at this point, why would you share this with him? Wasn't necessary at this point, was it?
It wasn't necessary, but I didn't think it was unnecessary either, so I just did.
So you did at any rate. All right.
That's right.
Okay, let's go on, Mr. Harris.
He's in Chicago. He doesn't know anything about this now, and that's what's gonna break this thing wide open. Okay.
Now, again, you had, by the time you made this call at 6:50, you felt that you should tell this person on the other end of the phone that OJ Simpson was in Chicago?
Evidently, I did. I did.
Well, I mean, you heard.
I said evidently I did, so I must have told him.
All right, let's continue on.
Are these both gunshot wounds? We don't know. We haven't moved the bodies yet. We don't know exactly how they died yet. Okay. They were either shot or bludgeoned. Now, this 875 is near Montana, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with West LA there. It's right on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy. Yeah. Say Darlington. No, it's Dorothy and Bundy. Okay. You want us rolling out now? Hold on a second. Tom?
Stop there. Now, he was asking you at this point whether or not the coroner's office could come out right then. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't made a call before this, had you?
No.
So with regard to this first call policy, on sometimes the coroner could come immediately at the time of the first call. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, since you were just doing a favor for Detective Lang, is that correct? You had to talk to Tom Lang about what comes next, isn't that right?
Tom Lang was requesting that I make this phone call for him.
Okay. All right, let's proceed on then.
Tom, you want the coroner now? No. Hold on a second. How long? Okay, you're just getting the first call. Yes. All right, we'll give you a call back when we want to move. Okay, fine. It's probably going to be about an hour to an hour and a half. An hour to an hour and a half. Okay, I won't give you any numbers yet. Right. Okay. And what this is going to be, it originally was ours, but it's going to be taken over by RHD. Okay. Okay, Mr. Phillips, we'll give you a call. If you can kind of figure out your driving time with traffic and so forth about that time, so what do we got now? We got 7? So about 8:30 is when we're going to probably want someone pretty close to here. Okay. All right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to give this to the supervisor because I'm leaving now. All right. And tell him that you're going to be calling back in about an hour, hour and a half. Right. Okay, Mr. Phillips. Okay, and again, we don't want that out. Right. I'll tell the supervisor, but there's just the two of us will know that. Okay.
Now, would you agree with me the best way of not getting something out is not to tell somebody?
In
As a police
hindsight,
officer?
yes.
All right. Okay, I just wanted to see if we agreed on that. Okay, continue on.
All right. Thank you.
Now, after that, that call was at 6:49 in the morning, and that was the so-called first call. After that, you still remained at the scene. Is that correct?
I just stood around, yes.
All right. Okay. And you had occasion to make another call, which we now know was about 8:08. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You have the transcript before you. I'll ask Mr. Harris before we break for lunch, Your Honor, to play. This is the second part of the tape, the second tape.
We already gave you guys a first call several hours ago on Bundy. Yeah. Okay, can you give me an ETA if you started rolling now? Sure can, Phillips. Hold on just a minute, okay? You got two bodies done, right? Right. Okay, hold on.
Mayor, who are you talking to? Lang?
Tom Lang.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay, you want to start rolling them?
Yeah, if not sooner. Huh? Be within an hour. If not sooner, 45 minutes.
Oh, you're not going to roll them for an hour?
No, we'll be there within 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You got a corners number yet?
Yeah, they're both in sequence. And for the male Caucasian, I've got 94-05135. And for the female Caucasian, I have 94-05136.
Okay.
And my name's...
We'll see you here.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Now, just to end this portion, sir, that call started at 8:08 and apparently lasted maybe 10 minutes or so. Were you still at the scene by 10 o'clock?
I'm sorry, was
Were
I
you still
still?
at Bundy there until 10 o'clock that morning, a.m.?
I believe so.
Can you tell us what time the coroner finally arrived that morning?
No, I'd have to look at the crime scene log to know that, sir.
And would the crime scene log help you in determining that?
Yes.
Well, we'll find that out right after lunch. Thank you, Your Honor. Perhaps that'll be
right.
appropriate place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you at the conclusion of the case, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Detective Phillips, you're excused till 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess. Thank you, counsel. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel. People are represented. The jury is not present. Detective Phillips is present in the courtroom on the witness stand. Mr. Douglas, you had something you wanted to address to the court
Indeed, Your
before
Honor.
we invite the jurors to join us?
During our cross-examination of Mr. Phillips, we would
We
intend...
want to have him step out to you, possibly.
Detective Phillips, why don't you step outside the courtroom and wait for us, please?
Oh, well, no, that's okay. That's okay. Excuse me. One person at a time. How about it?
Again,
During the cross-examination of Mr. Phillips, Your Honor, we would like to show portions of a videotape that we received yesterday. NBC apparently rented the the Bundy condominium on Tuesday and took a tour. And among the items that they showed on the tour was the telephone with the speedy dialer with certain notations such as Daddy and Dita and Cora and Robin and Pam. And we would like to show that to Mr. Phillips, but we'd like to show the tape right now.
all right, I'd like to see it before we have, has the prosecution seen this?
No, we just got it yesterday, so we're trying to show it now.
Just shown yesterday.
It was just on TV yesterday.
It's on the Today Show.
Correct.
No, just the
Without the sound.
They rented the condo, not Johnny Cochran.
All right, Mr. Harris, do we have that available, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dealing with the
What's he saying?
telephone,
Maybe
but
you
we're
want
just
it on
giving
there.
context.
Capability on this VCR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here's our realtor.
Correct.
And she was very gracious during our view of the crime scene.
Dita hyphen Opa, Cora, Robin, and Pam. And Dita and Opa is German for grandma, grandpa.
No, Dita is not.
Dita is Judita.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right, just that one little spot.
Correct. We want to give context so everyone can see where it's coming from.
All right, can you back that up a little, Mr. Harris? All right, I take it this is in the nature of a 402 hearing that we're conducting now?
Yes, Your Honor, it
All
is.
right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your
Do you have
Honor.
some questions you want to ask of Detective Phillips?
At the appropriate time, we will be.
So can you please frame this telephone?
Just the telephone.
Just telephone.
No objection.
All right. All right, Mr. Harris, can we get up to that spot so we know that we're just frozen on? There it is, right there. All right.
Okay.
See if you can get a sharper frame.
The sheriff.
It's not clear.
All right, anything else before we proceed?
Can I have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Microphone there. All right, counsel, have we finished our preparations?
I think we're ready. I want to get the audio tape back in, and then I think we're ready to proceed here.
All right.
Just take a second.
Do you need to cue that tape up, Mr. Cochran, or are we ready? All right, hold on. Ms. Clark.
Witness never saw the speech matter. Why are you showing this witness?
Well, they can ask if they saw it. You said you had no objection to it being shown.
And I don't mind it being shown.
Why?
That's- The thing is that it should be shown with the witness who saw it.
Well,
Who's waiting, who's waiting to
Well-
testify right after?
hold on, Ms. Clark, do you have an objection to showing it?
In general, no. With this witness, the only problem is there's no foundation. There's no reason to show to a witness who never saw it. There's nothing to be gained by it. Detective Lang, who will testify immediately after Detective Phillips, did.
Cross-examination, not long.
What's the relevance if this witness never saw it?
Well, how do we, it may not be relevant if he never saw it, right? We know that only because of this fact he went up and he was told. So, who says I didn't even ask him?
All right, so it's a
Detective
three.
Phillips just told counsel that he didn't see it.
I said that to counsel. I said that. And I'm not I'm in the business of wasting time. And there'll be other officers here. As long as she represents somebody saw that speed dialer.
My
That's your
understanding is-
representation?
That is. That is.
But, it's part of the cross-examination, though. I think I know that you didn't see it.
Cross-examination does have to be relevant, doesn't it?
It does.
It has to be very relevant. Well, if you're well, I don't want to argue it out with the witness here, but there's a point I'd like to make. When we get that point, I'll proceed.
All right, when we get to that point.
Yes. Sidebar.
I was going to ask for a sidebar, Your Honor, because it's
Well, I said.
Well, we're here. Well, let's talk
do
about
it
it.
now.
Okay.
What's the relevance if this guy, look, we agree that it's probably the speed dialer that was there,
Sure. We certainly do, Your Honor.
all right?
And we agree.
What's the point? This is not the detective, this is somebody who took a cursory run-through.
Well, Judge, he was in charge for 2 hours, from 2:10 to 4:10. He was inside that house on several occasions. He wanted to know where OJ Simpson was.
You're right.
If there's a
Okay.
speed dialer in the
You're
kitchen
right.
that has daddy, Your
Wait,
Honor. I'm
you're
sorry.
right. I just said you're right.
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, he was not inside from 2:10 to 4:10.
I understand.
The testimony makes that very clear.
I understand it. But Mr. Cochran's making the point that there was the ability to just walk over to the phone if they knew, since they knew that Sydney and Justin were the children of Mr. Simpson, and if there's a daddy on the speed dialer, there was an easy way to have contacted the residents. That's the only thing that it's worth, and that'll take about 40 seconds worth of testimony.
Thank you.
Were you aware of the speed dialer? No. Did you see this phone? No, I didn't. Somebody else will come up and say what it is. It's interesting whose name is not on there. Sidebar without. That was our one light moment for the day. All right, counsel, let's have the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Record to reflect that Detective Ronald Phillips is still on the witness stand. Good afternoon, Detective Phillips. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Phillips.
Good afternoon, sir.
When we broke at lunchtime, I think we're going to determine or see if we could determine through either your notes or the log, which has been marked now as Defense Exhibit 1006, what time the coroner finally arrived in this matter to the Bundy location. Do you have some notes which would help you in that regard, sir?
No, I reviewed the crime log at the
And-
DA's office.
In the DA's office over the lunch hour?
Yes,
Were you talking with Ms. Clark during that time?
yes,
And with Mr. Darden?
Miss Clark.
Okay. And at that time, in reviewing that crime log, did it assist you in determining what time the coroners finally arrived at the Bundy Street location on June 13th, 1994?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that, sir?
9:10 in the morning.
And you were aware that Officer Risky first discovered these bodies sometime around 12:10 when he arrived, is that correct?
That's correct.
So this was some 9 hours after that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to, before we finally leave the tape, Your Honor, I do not believe that as we pass the transcripts out to the jury, I don't believe that we numbered that. I would ask leave now to number that 1019, defendants 1019, and the tape, the tape will be 1019, and the transcripts which the jury had will be 1019A.
All right.
Clerk, please. We've done that with the clerk over the lunch hour, Your Honor. I'd just like to go back just briefly, Detective Phillips, to that that tape that we played this morning. With regard to your statement that we're kind of not following procedure. When you were talking about that, were you talking about the fact you weren't following procedure in giving immediate notification to the coroner?
No.
Okay, but you weren't following that procedure either, were you?
Yes.
At that time? Okay, but we're kind of asking a favor. Now, in saying that, you were asking this man Willis a favor at that point? The
I
coroner's
was
office?
asking a favor, yes.
Okay, let me get to it. What we're kind of asking a favor, and kind of work a little bit on this one. Remember using those words?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, when, at that point, when you told him you weren't following procedure, it was about 6:50 a.m. on the 13th, right?
Yes,
And at that point, he didn't know anything at all except there was a double homicide out at Bundy. Is that correct?
that's correct.
He didn't know whether they were males or females or whatever. Isn't that correct? At that point.
Well, at some time in the conversation, I told them they were male and a female.
I don't know if you have it before you, but this is at the very first part of the conversation. And at that point, you just said you had a double homicide, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. So he would only find out that which you would tell him. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And so if you'd wanted to, as an experienced detective, you could have just told him that we have a double homicide out here on Bundy. We're not ready for you yet. We'll call you back. Give us some numbers and let us know how long it'll take to get out here. Isn't that correct? Could have done that, couldn't you?
it could have been done that way, sure.
Now, Tom Lang didn't instruct you, when you were doing him a favor, to go and tell him that this was the ex-wife of a very prominent sportscast star or sports celebrity. Tom Lang didn't tell you to do that, did he?
No, but I was informing the coroner's office of that.
No, the question is, Tom Lang didn't ask you to tell the coroner's office that,
No,
did
he did not.
Okay, you did it on your own, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And when he asked you, can you give me the name? That's what Willis asked you. And you said, well, you're not going to let this. And he goes and says, no, I'm an investigator. You didn't have to give him the name either, did you?
I did not have to give it to him.
And when you stopped to refer to a Tom during the progress of this tape, you were talking to Tom Lang, who was then one of the investigators from robbery homicide.
He was the lead investigator on the case.
Was he the lead investigator or was Van Adder the lead?
At the Bundy location at that time of the morning, he was the lead investigator because Van Adder was someplace else.
I see, Van Adder was not there at that point.
No, he was not.
But as between the two of them, when they're both at Bundy, Van Adder's the lead, isn't that correct?
To be honest with you, Mr. Cochran, I don't know which one of those two is the lead investigator on this case. I know they're joint lead investigators. If one outranks the other or has more time, I don't know.
Okay, I want you to be honest with us.
I am. I don't know.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, when you talk to Mr. Willis on this tape, he asked you, strike that. Mr. Willis said, okay, are these both gunshot wounds? And your response was essentially, they were either shot or bludgeoned to death. Is that correct?
That's what I said.
And so at 6:49 to 7 o'clock, at that time in the morning, you did not know how these two individuals had lost their lives. Is that right?
I made a mistake, Mr. Cochran. I should never have said that statement without knowing how they died.
No, but I know. I understand. No, I'm not
Okay.
criticizing you making a mistake. That's not about criticizing you. I'm just asking you, at that time, you didn't know how they died, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's the point, that you did not know. So that when you talked to Mr. Simpson, sometime around, what time, 6 o'clock?
I believe it was 6:05.
You didn't know how these people had died, had you? Did you?
Did not know how they died.
All right. And so when you make the statement, they were either shot or bludgeoned to death, that was speculation on your part, but you just didn't know how they died at that point. Isn't that right?
That's right.
All right. Now, with regard to the crime scene log, since you looked at it over lunchtime, under Phillips and Furman, what time did you and Detective Furman leave the Bundy scene that morning per the log?
I don't believe it's on the log, sir.
Well, let me see. I'll approach if I might with 10:06. You arrived there about 2:10, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me approach. And I want you to just read this to yourself, first of all, where it says Phillips and Furman investigators, and look over there. Can you read that to yourself?
Oh, it says time left 10 o'clock. I thought you meant the first time I left the location.
No, well, does it show that you left at some point in between there?
No, it does not.
Now, isn't it the responsibility of the officer who leaves to tell the officers keeping the log that I'm leaving now and I'm going someplace else? That's your responsibility?
That's something I should have done out of courtesy to that man that was doing the log, and I didn't do it.
Okay, all right, I understand. This is not pick on you today.
No, I'm just telling you, I didn't tell him.
I appreciate it. So when it says that you were there from 2:10 to 10 o'clock, that's not exactly accurate, is it?
That's not accurate.
All right, and it was the responsibility of the officers that they came and went to tell the officer whose name is Cummings, I believe, was keeping that log. Is that right?
It would have been on my best interest to tell him there was so much activity he could not keep track of everybody.
Yes. So he relied upon everybody doing their jobs and writing this down. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at some point, though, did you and Furman leave at 10 o'clock that morning, leave the Bundy scene to go someplace?
I don't think, in recalling, that Furman and I ever left a second time together other than the 5 o'clock in the morning call. I believe I left the Bundy location at 10 o'clock, and that's probably what he put down as the time that I was leaving. Furman and I did not team up again until much, much later in the day.
All right, so where it says Furman and Phillips leaving at 10 o'clock, that's also wrong, right?
That's me leaving at 10 o'clock.
Okay, as far as we know, that was not Furman leaving at 10 o'clock.
No,
But you will agree that in the log, both Phillips and Furman are on the same line, isn't that correct?
that's true.
Now, let's, for a moment, you're talking about Furman. You and Detective Furman are very, very close, aren't you?
We've been partners for 4 or 5 years, and I've gotten to consider myself a friend of his, yes.
You are friends, you see each other off work?
Very, very rarely.
But don't you work on some kind of moonlighting jobs? Don't you do work, off-duty work with Detective Furman? Haven't you done that? in the
I've
past?
done that, but we don't work together.
But you both worked and done moonlighting jobs?
Yes,
Same employers?
yes.
And over what period of time did you do that?
Maybe a year and a half, 2 years.
Ago, or just it lasted for a year and a half, 2 years?
Well, I haven't worked at that location in probably over a year, so it's
Okay.
a year and a half before that.
Okay, about a year and a half before that, and you worked at this the location. I won't ask the location. But you worked the location for a year, at least a year. The two of you did.
I think he might have worked there longer than I did and worked there after I did. I'm not sure when he left that employment. I know that I did.
Okay, there was a period of time when you both worked at this location, right?
Both worked there, but not together, sir.
All right.
Only one at a time.
All right, but both worked for the same employer.
Yes, sir.
And that, at the time we both worked there, was at least a year. Is that correct?
I don't know how long he worked there, sir, and I don't know if I worked there a whole year. I may have. It's close to a year.
All right. But at any rate, you consider yourself a friend of his, and you worked together for how many years altogether?
I think Mark came to the robbery unit in, I want to say probably 91. He worked up in detectives, but I did not have him as a partner at that time. He worked another table, completely separate table. So I didn't really get to know him until we worked the robbery table together. I think that was 91.
That was 91, so that would be a minimum of 3 years before this happened. Is that a correct statement? 91 to 94?
Yes.
All right. And you knew who he was, but you became close and partners after 91. Is that right?
We became close as partners, yes.
Right. I understand. And so that when you received the call that morning to come out and respond to this homicide at 875 Bundy, did you tell Sergeant Rossi that you'd call Detective Furman yourself?
I always called the detectives out, so I did tell him that I would call Detective Furman and all the other detectives. I do that on every call out.
All right. But did you say specifically, don't call Furman, I'll call him?
No. I said, don't have to call anybody. I'll make the notifications, which I always do.
Right. Were you aware that Rossi made a number of other calls in addition to calling you?
I'm not aware of any phone calls that Rossi made.
All right. But at any rate, you then called Furman yourself. Is that right, sir?
He's the first detective I called, yes, from my residence.
All right. And what time was it that you received your call?
I believe I received my call right around 1 o'clock in the morning, minute or two before.
All right. And then what time was it that you called Detective Furman?
I believe I called him at 1:05 in the morning.
All right. Now, I presume at that time of morning, both of you were at home.
That's where I got him, and that's where I was at, yes.
Okay. And thereafter, the two of you then made plans to come to West Los Angeles Station. Is that correct?
I made the plans to meet him at West LA Station to pick up the homicide unit.
All right. And as I understand it, prior to that time, since 91, the two of you had been partners. Is that correct?
Well, partners in that we worked the robbery table together. There was 4 of us that worked the robbery table. I had businesses and follow home robberies on one side of the table with a partner. Mark Furman had our street robberies and carjacking robberies, and he sat directly across from me on the other table, and he had a partner. There was 4 of us that worked that table.
All right. So when you say table, you mean like kind of like a desk or a table where you're
There's
seated?
five tables, 5 desks all together, run by a robbery coordinator
In West Los Angeles.
in West
All
Los
right.
Angeles.
So there's a period of time where you and Detective Furman were partners, in conjunction with some other detectives who worked there also. Is that right?
Yes,
All right.
and we helped each other out on their cases. If he needed some help on his cases, then me and my partner would help him and vice versa. So we did work cases together, but he would help me out on my cases.
All right. And I understand that.
Okay.
And who were the other officers or detectives involved in this table, this robbery table?
Well, there was several over that period of time. One of the spots that we had there, when I say spots, one of the desks was a trainee spot that the trainee would come in and only only stay at that position for 6 months.
This is a high-stress business, I know.
Well, I tell you, they're going to be mad at me now, but they'd stay there for 6 months, and then we'd rotate them through the rest of the tables, the burglary table and the auto table and so forth, to get them a well-rounded experience.
All right.
So that particular table moved around a lot.
All right. Who was constant? Who stayed there over the course of the from 91 to 94? Was any detective who's been there in addition to you and Furman?
Just the coordinator is the only one that's still there that was there when Mark Furman was there, and that's the coordinator of the robbery unit,
Who's that?
Robert Tapia.
Okay. So at any rate, when you called Mark Furman at home at 1:05, someone you'd worked with over a period of time, someone that you knew, is that correct?
Well, yeah, he worked my homicide unit.
No, I said you knew him well at that point, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw him that morning, when he got to the station finally, before you went out to Rockingham, you described, I think, yesterday that he rarely wore a jacket. Remember you saying that?
Yes.
And did he have a jacket on when you first saw him that morning?
No.
Would you be surprised to learn that later that day on Rockingham, he had a blue blazer on?
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Okay, well, did you see him at some point put on a blazer with those slacks you saw him in those pictures we saw here?
He takes it off and puts it on and takes it off and puts it on all the time. And different times he has it and different times he doesn't.
Okay, so in other words, he has a jacket, he didn't always wear it. Is that what you're saying?
He usually leaves it in the car.
All right. But he has a jacket somewhere around there, right?
He's always got one with him.
Okay, he has it with him. I wanted to clear that up. He has a jacket with him. He may not always wear it. Is that right?
Yes, he always has a jacket in the car or at the crime scene.
So you wouldn't be surprised if you were to see him at Rockingham later that day with a blue
No,
blazer?
not at all.
Okay. Now, after the two of you got to the station, did you and Detective Furman then go in one car to the Bundy location?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and then you arrived at the location, and you described for us your arrival there at about what time? 2:10 in the morning?
Yes,
And when you got there at 2:10 in the morning, you were the senior as between you and Furman, is that correct?
yes,
In addition to being the senior, you were also kind of a coordinator of homicide activity out there, is that correct?
well, I'm the homicide coordinator for West Los Angeles Division. I also outrank him.
Right, so you were senior?
Yes,
And in this regard, you were senior also to Sergeant Rossi, who was there as the field sergeant at that point, right? You outrank him?
no, it's not really an outranking. We're basically the same rank because there's two different rank structures here you're talking about. One is a patrol rank structure that goes, and one's a detective rank structure. A detective 3, which I am, and a sergeant 2, which he is. I think the only reason someone might think I outranked him is because I may make a couple of dollars more a year than he does.
Or maybe that's why he thought it.
Why?
All right.
But I
Anyway.
think we're equally, as far as rank goes, we're basically equal. It depends on whether you're talking about a patrol function, then he would be the supervisor in charge. If you're talking about a detective function, then I would be the supervisor in charge.
All right. At any rate, once you got to the scene, this being a homicide or two homicides, you were the ranking officer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at 2:10, from 2:10 in the morning until approximately 4:10, when we had the arrival of Phil Van Adder, you were in charge of that crime scene. Is that right?
No, I was in charge of that crime scene until 2:38 that morning when I made a phone call to Captain Gartland, and I was relieved of that responsibility of being in charge of that crime scene.
Well, let's see now. So 2:10, you were in charge from 2:10 to 2:38, right?
That's correct.
But Van Adder didn't come until 4:10, did he?
4:05, I think 4:10, somewhere around in there.
Sometime after 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So you were still the ranking homicide detective at that scene until Van Adder arrived. Isn't that correct?
I was a ranking homicide detective at that scene, but Lieutenant Spangler outranked me and Captain Connie Dial outranked me, who were also at that location.
But aren't they like in management? You're the nuts and bolts. You're the man who's the homicide detective. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You're the man who's the coordinator for West Los Angeles, right?
That's correct.
All right. What you're telling us is that at 2:38, when you talked to Captain Garland, who's in charge of robbery homicide downtown, a decision had been made to transfer this case to robbery homicide because the greater proliferation of person power downtown and resources. Is that what you told us?
That's correct.
But you were still a homicide detective out there at that scene, isn't that correct?
If something needed to be done, then I would have done it. But since nothing had to be done, I wasn't in charge of anything. I was just merely standing around, as everybody else was, waiting for the homicide detectives that were in charge of that investigation to arrive.
You were standing around out there, just standing around waiting for something to be done. Did anybody ever bring up the subject, gee, we might want to determine the cause of the time of death here, because that might be important in a case, if a case is ever brought? Did you guys ever bring that up?
No.
Nobody ever thought about that?
Not that we didn't think about it. Nobody brought it up.
Nobody said that. Okay. Well, it's true, is it not, that at about 2:50 in the morning, you decided, you remember those regulations in the police manual, you remember that section that made it a misdemeanor not to call the coroner, and you decided, I better call the coroner, didn't you?
I didn't remember the section about being a misdemeanor, and didn't remember that at all. What I was merely going to do was make first call notification to the coroner's office about what we had. I was not requesting them to come to that location.
All right. Well, you made a call. You told us at 2:50 you wanted to make a call to the coroner's office, right?
To make first notification that we had a double homicide out in West Los Angeles, not to ask the coroner's office to respond.
Okay, now let me finish the question.
Okay?
At 2:50, you were going to make a notification to the coroner's office, right?
First call notification.
All right. Because as a good detective, you knew that was important to do. Isn't that correct?
I was going to do it as a courtesy. That's all I was going to do it for. It meant nothing other than to make that phone call.
Well, who were you doing a courtesy for?
Just to get one phone call out of the way.
Well, and isn't it also, you mentioned earlier to response to one of Ms. Clark's questions, isn't there a certain question of dignity of these bodies who are laying out there when you would also get those moved at some point?
Yeah, but even if I had made that phone call, Mr. Cochran, they still would not have had the coroner's office respond at that time.
But, sir, wouldn't they be that much further ahead if they knew at 2:50 they might get out there before 9:10? Wouldn't that be something you'd be concerned about at all as a homicide investigator?
Would have made no difference upon their arrival time if I'd have made that call at 2:50 than I made at 6:50. The coroner's office came after we told them to come.
All right, and you, so that we're clear, the LAPD controls when the coroner's office comes. That's your policy, right?
They don't come out there until we call them up and tell them we're ready for them to respond.
And you've never heard that they're upset about that policy, have you?
No one's ever told me they were upset about it, and I haven't read anything about them being upset about it.
All right? Now,
I know we try to work together better as time goes on. We try to improve things, so our response time and their response times is better for both agencies, so there's not so much downtime. I know we're constantly trying to improve things.
try to improve your coordination. Is that in communication?
That's correct.
Okay. So at any rate, you had this idea to make the first call at 2:50, but Lieutenant Spangler told you don't do that, right? He gave you an order not to.
That's correct.
Is that right? And so you didn't make the call then?
I did not make the call.
Okay. And you continued to stand around at this scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, you were shown, as Mr. Clark took you through all this litany of places that you went, you were shown around the scene. Is that correct?
Just cursory, yes.
Okay. Well, cursory.
Shown around the scene, yes, sir.
All right. All right. And at some time, you were shown inside the house. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons you wanted to go inside the house as an experienced homicide detective was to get a view of what was going on so that you could brief Van Adder and Lang when they came as to what you had there. Isn't that right?
No, the call, the search, not the search, the cursory look that I did through that residence was done before I made the call to robbery homicide. I was doing that because it was still our case.
Okay, I understand that. That's between 2:10 and 2:38. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's when Risky and the others showed you and Furman around. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, well, let's talk about that now. You went into the residence, I believe, through the back, to the rear part of the residence, right?
Through the garage.
Okay, and first of all, I want to clear up one thing if I can. Here, and I want to mark this as defendant's next, the 1020.
1020.
All right.
Is that a photograph? Mr. Cochran, is that a photograph?
Yes, Your Honor, this is a photograph of a black Jeep, and I would like very much to put D1020 on it, and I'd like to approach this witness and ask him about it. I want to show you a black Jeep Cherokee, and I want to place it right before you and ask you if,
Pick it up.
ask you, yes, please look at it, and ask you if that appears, that you recognize that Jeep.
I guess it's the Jeep that was in the back of 875 South Bundy. I don't remember the license number of it, and that looks like it's probably the place.
And the Jeep that you saw in the back of 875 South Bundy, that was a black Jeep, wasn't it?
Yes?
Wasn't dark green, was it?
May I? It looks like a black Jeep to me, sir.
Okay, well, let's show it on the Elmo and see if we all agree. Yeah, show it on the Elmo. Okay. This is only. That's the Jeep, is that correct?
Yes?
Okay, and that area around the Jeep, see that little marking in the front, right by the right front tire there? See that marking? Is that an LAPD marking of some kind?
I don't know.
One of your little
What are
rulers?
you talking about, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you look and see that? See that little marking there? I'll point it out for you. Now, right there. Thank you. Being overshadowed, Your Honor. Now, is that an LAPD marking there?
I don't know what that is.
You don't
sir.
know what that is?
I can't see it well enough to
Okay, I
decide
understand.
what it is.
I understand. There was a time you could probably see that, right?
Before
You don't have to
last-
answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. At any rate, that area was to the rear of the 875 Bundy location, right? Where you saw the Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. And back there, by the way, didn't you testify wasn't there some change on the ground back there?
Yes?
And were there some dimes and pennies back at that location?
I do not recall at all what the change denomination was.
Okay. At any rate, after you went past this Jeep, you went inside the house. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: was there room on the left side of that Jeep for another vehicle to be pulled alongside there, if you recall? That is on the north side of the Jeep.
I don't, I would say probably not, but then there's some awful small cars, so I'd say normally no.
All right.
What I remember, no.
Do you remember how much space was between the Jeep and the fence?
Wasn't that much space, but I don't recall what it is.
All right. Now, in looking at the Jeep, you noticed, I believe you told us, that the door was ajar of that Jeep, right?
Well, it looked like it'd been closed, but it didn't close all the way to where the lock all latched all the way. It was just ajar, maybe a half an inch or something.
All right. I was going to ask you, what is your recollection? Was it about 3 inches between the door and the closing there? Is there about a 3-inch space there?
I mean, where the door didn't close all
Yes,
the way?
sir. Yes, sir.
I just recall it was ajar. I recall maybe a half an inch to an inch.
All right. Somebody said it was 3 inches. They'd be wrong?
Well, I'm not saying they'd be wrong. I'm just saying my recollection is it's a half an inch to an inch. I could be wrong.
Okay. I understand that. Did you go look? Did you walk over to it and look?
Didn't pay much attention to it after I was pointed it out one time.
This is just kind of a cursory look?
That's all I did.
Okay. And then you went inside.
That's correct.
Now, when you walked inside, you remember that banister down at the bottom of the stairs? You see some ice cream there, some melting ice cream?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, let's see. This was at what time would you have gone in there? This is between 2:10 and 2:38?
Yes,
And what kind of ice cream was that?
I have no idea.
Is the name Ben and
Oh, I
Jerry's?
thought you meant the flavor of it.
Well, no, I meant the brand name.
I'm sorry.
Does the name Ben and Jerry's ring
It was
a
a
bell?
Ben and Jerry ice cream cup.
Okay. Can you estimate for us how big that cup was around the bottom?
Probably a couple of inches. I always thought it was, I don't like ice cream that much. I don't eat it that much, but I thought it was a 1-scoop cup.
All right. You an expert in this area?
No, not at all. Like I said, I very rarely eat ice cream.
So we shouldn't take your word, should we?
Not at all.
Okay. So, but it looked like a cup. It looked like all one flavor, though, to you?
Yes?
All right. Now, by the way, at the time you saw this is between 2:10 and 2:38, right?
Yes?
This photographer, Rokar, R-O-K, for the record, R-O-K-A-H-R, he was at the scene by then, wasn't he?
I don't think he arrived until, without looking at the log, somewhere 3 o'clock, after 3 o'clock, 3.
Okay. Before we talk more about the ice cream, let me show you a report and ask you, I'll show you 2 reports. Sure. I would like to approach you, Honor.
You may.
Let's show you a report from a individual by the name of Rolf, R-O-L-F, Rokar, R-O-K-A-H-R. This report was taken on 11/22/94, and apparently it was a telephonic interview. I want you to review and read this second full paragraph. First of all, read that to yourself.
Okay.
All right. You read that to yourself?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's go with corporate, please. And council, we're not going to engage in that either anymore.
I was on the video. It wasn't on the.
Yeah, but the jury heard it, council.
Sorry.
Hold on. Thank you. You may resume.
Thank you. Now, you've now read this second paragraph, haven't you, Detective Phillips?
Yes, sir.
And does this refresh your recollection as to what time the photographer Rolf Rokar arrived at the scene that night?
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't help you at all?
No, I'd have to look at the crime scene log to ask what time he got
All
there.
right, well, let me show you the crime scene log. And let's see if together we can look at it. I'll point it, read that to yourself also.
1006.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got it, it's not been marked.
Kind of hard to read. I'd have to have I don't know what that time is. It's 03 something and 03:15, I'm guessing. We have
Hard to read, is that correct?
It's
Now,
impossible.
between these two documents, one indicating he arrived about midnight and the other at about,
Objection.
Oh.
Objection.
Sustain. It's hearsay.
all right. Do you know whether or not, do you,
So the objection is sustained. There's no answer.
do you know whether or not the photographer came there at 12 o'clock and arrived at the location before you and Furman arrived there?
Well, I don't see how he could have done that.
All right. Can I ask you then to read this next paragraph to yourself?
Yes, sir.
You read that?
Yes, sir.
Does that in any way refresh your recollection?
Well, I think that if I were reading that paragraph, I'd have to assume that Mr. Roker has myself and Furman mixed up with Van Adder and Lang.
Well, Van Adder and Lang didn't arrive at the location before you did he?
Van Adder and Lang arrived after the photographer, and he's referring in that photograph or that paragraph as to being told to take overall scenes.
Yes.
I told him to take those overall scenes, and I didn't get there till 2:10 in the morning, so I don't know how he could have said that before I arrived.
But when he said earlier that he'd arrived at midnight, you put those two together, what does that mean to you?
Objection. That's not evidence.
Sustained.
Well, as you sit there right now, do you recall what time the photographer arrived?
The photographer arrived after I did. Thought he arrived after 3 o'clock in the morning because he walked up to me and talked to me. And he asked me if it was our case, and I told him it had been taken away from us. It was now robbery homicide's case. And he said, do you mind if I go ahead and do the overall photographs? And I said, it has nothing to do with the crime scene. It would save some time. Why don't you go ahead and do the overall photographs of the streets, street signs, and alleys, and so forth. I directed that photographer to do that.
All right, and so that we're clear that he's talking about you and Furman, when you went over to Rockingham the first time, did you take the photographer with you?
No.
You never said to the photographer to follow us over to Rockingham when you went over to give this notification?
No. Furman asked the photographer to go back with him after we came back to Bundy, and then he went back to Rockingham. Furman asked the photographer to go with him, and then I made a notification to SID to send us out another photographer because we had two crime scenes.
Okay, that's all fine. My question is, before you went over to Rockingham, did you ever say to the photographer Rokar to follow us over to Rockingham Road? Because there may be additional victims there. Did you ever make that statement to him?
I never made that statement to him, no.
Did Furman ever make that statement to him in your presence?
No.
All right. At any rate, when you first saw this ice cream, what time was it?
I would say somewhere around 2:20, 2:25, the first time we walked through the residence.
All right, and it was sometime after that in your estimation that there were photographers on the scene there, isn't that correct?
Well, again, I can't tell you the exact time, but it was after 3 o'clock when the photographer arrived, and I asked him to do the overall photographs.
Did you ever, when you asked him to do these overall photographs, did you ever ask him to photograph the interior of that residence?
That's part of the crime scene. I didn't ask him to do that.
All right, your answer is no, you didn't
I
ask him
did not ask him to do that.
But while you were there, and before you left to go over Rockingham,
you never asked Mr. Rokar or any other photographer to take any pictures of the interior of that residence. Is that right?
No, I didn't.
And specifically, you never asked him to photograph the ice cream cup, did you?
Objection, this witness already testified, this is not
Yes.
a crime scene, not his job to do.
He's
It's irrelevant.
Overall.
Do you understand the last question?
I did not direct the photographer to take any photographs inside that residence.
All right. Now, once you got inside the residence, you went through the kitchen, is that correct?
Yes,
And once you got into the kitchen, you became aware, did you not, that a phone call had been made from the interior of that residence, isn't that correct?
was not made aware of that until hours later.
All right, and you knew by the time you entered the residence, did you not, that this was the home of OJ Simpson's ex-wife, isn't that correct?
At the time I entered the residence the first time,
Yes, sir.
I did not know that.
All right, when did you become aware of that?
I can tell you that I assumed that might have been the case because of what I was told by Sergeant Rossi, that Nicole Brown Simpson may be one of the victims. As I walked through the house, I noticed photographs. Never having seen Nicole Brown Simpson before, I wasn't sure it was her, but I did see photographs of OJ Simpson with a female.
You saw his picture inside the house, didn't you?
Yes,
All right. And did that help you think that was Mrs. O.J. Simpson's or Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson's residence?
well, I had to assume it was probably her residence, yes.
Now, it's true, is it not, Detective Phillips, that upon arrival at the crime scene, you met Lang and Van Adder, and you told them that Nicole Brown Simpson was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, the well-known athlete actor. You told them that, didn't you?
Someone had told me that earlier in the evening.
Now, the question is, did you tell them that when they arrived?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's the question. All right. You also told them at that time that Mr. Simpson and Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson had been embroiled in previous domestic violence situations, one of these resulting in Mr. Simpson having to go to court. You told them that too, didn't
I
you?
never told him that.
So if Detective Lang so indicates in his report, he's wrong?
If he tells you that I told him that, he may have learned that from Detective Furman, but he didn't leave the information from me. I never knew that.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'd like to, you both give permission. Okay.
No, no,
I'd like to mark this, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I think I should mark this, Your Honor, referring to this, and I think this is D 1021.
1021.
1021, and I'd like to approach, and I've shown this to counsel. I want you to ask some questions after you read this to yourself. I want you to do two paragraphs. The paragraph 2 and the next to the last paragraph, that one, to yourself, first of all.
In this paragraph here?
Yes, sir, that one.
Okay.
Now, you read those two?
Yes.
I ask you then, does that refresh your recollection, sir, that you, in fact, told Detective Lang about this previous incident involving Mr. Simpson and his ex-wife, resulting in him going to court, and that Mr. Simpson resided at 360 North Rockingham Place in Brentwood? You remember telling Lang and/or Van Adder that when they arrived on the scene?
I never knew that, sir, so I couldn't possibly have been the one that told him.
So if Lang puts that in his report, he's all wrong, right?
Well, objection, Your Honor, that misstates what counsel's read in. It indicates here
by inference, what counsel's trying to indicate is that they were informed about that.
Is that an objection? Is that an objection? This speaks for itself. I'll be glad to read it
This
then.
meeting, Ron.
Let me
Let me see the
it.
document.
All right. May I approach?
You may. Second.
Thank you. We'll leave the last paragraph on, so there's some questions.
Yes, I read it.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed.
You may.
Now, so that we're clear on this, did you ever say to Detectives Lang and/or Van Adder that when they first arrived at the scene, they were met by you? You're Detective 3, Ron Phillips, right? Is that correct?
Yes,
And you're the West Los Angeles Division Homicide Coordinator, isn't that correct?
yes,
But Phillips stated that Victim Brown is the ex-wife of OJ Simpson, a well-known athlete actor. You ever say that?
no.
Didn't you tell us you found that out at some point? Somebody else told you that?
Someone told me that later that night. I didn't know that before I got there.
Okay, but this is after they arrived.
Okay.
So it's after you were there for a while, and they arrived after 4:10.
All right?
You know that by that time? Did you know
Okay.
it?
I knew it after someone had told me I arrived, yes.
And what time was that?
Sometime between 2:10 and 4:30.
Okay, so did you know it by the time that Lang and Van Adder arrived?
I knew about her being the ex-wife of OJ Simpson, yes.
And did you tell them? Did you tell Lang or Van Adder that?
I don't recall telling Van Adder and Lang that was believed another detective did. I do believe I did.
Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Phillips?
Well, my recollection is that I didn't.
Does this refresh your recollection?
My recollection, sir, after reading that and before reading that, is that I did not give that information to Van Adder or Lang.
Okay. All right. Additionally, Phillips stated that Mr. Simpson and Victim 1 had been embroiled in previous domestic violence situations, one of these resulting in the arrest of Mr. Simpson. You tell him that?
No, I didn't.
Mr. Simpson resided at 360 North Rockingham Place in Brentwood, approximately 2 miles from the crime scene. You tell him that?
I did not tell him that. That was brought up as we made our discussion about going up to Rockingham by Detective Furman after talking to Officer Risky.
All right. But your answer is not all the other stuff. You never told him that. Is that right?
Well, these things came up as far as the address on Rockingham came up in a discussion there, and about O.J. Simpson being the ex-husband of Nicole Brown came up, but nothing I recall ever came up about any domestic violence or the fact that they went to court. I didn't know that till this case was long on its way.
Detective Furman never told you that he responded to the Rockingham location back in 1985 and had written a report in 1989, 4 years later, about that incident in 85?
After this case, he told me about it, yes.
I'm talking about that morning. He didn't tell you that morning?
No.
June 13th.
No,
He never told you that.
no.
All right? And now, so that we're clear, what this document I have here, unfortunately, this is a follow-up report by one of the detectives, isn't that correct?
That's true.
It says, so the record, it says, murder follow-up report, Your Honor, DR 94-08 17431/32, page 2. That's defendant's 1021. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right, now, did you also inform the detectives that Miss Simpson, strike that, were you also informed by Arnell Simpson that her father was in Chicago, Illinois, after leaving the LA area late the night before? Did she tell you that?
She did not tell me that. Kathy, and I don't remember her last name, is the one that told me that over the telephone.
All right. Miss Simpson tell you, Arnell Simpson, that she had returned home at approximately 1 o'clock after attending the movies in Westwood?
She didn't tell me that. I never asked her that question.
Okay. Now, while you were inside the house, did you go in the living room area? At
Yes.
some point? And you hear any music playing in the living room?
Yes.
And where was that music emanating from?
Well, I didn't exactly go over and look and see what it was. I believed it was coming from a stereo in the living room somewhere.
All right. And did you see some candles somewhere in the living room area or downstairs area?
Yeah, they were on a coffee table or some type of table in the middle of the room.
And how many candles did you see?
There was more than one, but I don't remember how many there were.
Any pictures ever taken of these candles?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't direct anybody to take any photographs.
And to your knowledge, did Van Adder and Lang ever direct anybody to take any photographs of these candles?
I don't know, sir. I've never asked.
Have you ever seen any?
No, I've never seen the crime scene photographs at all.
All right, now, you then went upstairs in this cursory look, is that correct?
That's true.
Before you went upstairs, I want to show you an area in the kitchen, if I might. Your Honor, may I cue that up and show this to me?
Yes.
I want to show you an area in the kitchen. And Your Honor, I suppose, how should we mark this? 1022?
Can we freeze frame and print that from the
We will try.
VCR?
We have freeze frame, but I do have a freeze frame.
That'd probably be the better way to do it.
Okay, Your Honor. All right, I'd like to cue this up if we can. I want to start just before and short this witness.
Perhaps we can ask the foundation question to see if it's developed.
Oh, we covered this already.
I thought we dealt with it already.
We covered this. You proceed. You can look at the monitor, please. Forward. I'll ask him to stop at the appropriate time.
All right, cut it. Cut it.
It wouldn't stay on.
It probably has one of those gizmos that after it's paused so the heads don't flatten, or the rollers. Can we go back to that location?
Well, why not just use it?
Because it's not as clear as the video. I'd like to be able to try my case if I could.
Me too.
If I can tell.
My own, just my.
Counsel, why don't we at least proceed with the still photo? I don't think there's any dispute as to what those items are there.
Certainly, maybe you can get it queued up. I'd like to,
Mr. Harris, you have a small monitor there already, don't you?
It's unfortunate the VCR is not connected to any of those devices.
Terrific. Okay.
you close to it? Okay, just put it on this monitor down here first.
All right, let's cut the big screen.
Cut the big screen, just put it on the monitor.
No, just to cut the big screen. Is there anything on the juror's monitor, small monitor? No, all right. Anything on the small monitor? No. Thank you.
Now we'd like to start at this point, Your Honor.
Right there.
Okay. Now,
All right.
now put it on the big screen.
Yes.
You can't see it. All right, now, Detective Phillips, can you see that photograph of a telephone in the kitchen area of 875 South Bundy Avenue? Can you see that?
Well, I can see the picture of a telephone.
Yes. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the names, you see those dials at the top there? You know what those are?
Well, I think so. I think they're speed dials.
Okay, I'm just asking, so you have to testify. Those are speed dialers? And what names do you see opposite the speed dialers?
The only one I can make out is Daddy.
All right, do you see Daddy on there?
I can't read the second one.
Do you see the name Dita, DIITA dash OPA, OPA?
All right.
Do you see after that Cora, C-O-R-A?
Yes, then Robin,
You see Robin
and then Pam.
and Pam. You see those?
Yes?
Now, when you walked through that kitchen area, now I'd like Your Honor to mark, and I think this is D1022,
1022.
1022. I've shown this to counsel. I'd like to mark this as defendant's next in order, and I want to show this to up close and personal to Executive Phillips, Your Honor. When you were in the kitchen area, or in the living room area or any room where they had phones, did you ever have occasion to go over to the phones and look and see whether or not there was a speed dialer with any indication of any names close to the speed dialer?
No.
And so later on in the morning, when you were looking, trying to reach OJ Simpson by phone, if you looked at that speed dialer, you could have determined right off that phone. Isn't that correct?
If I'd have thought about it.
Objection.
Overruled.
Let him state the testimony. He wasn't trying to reach Mr. Simpson by phone.
Overruled. No, he was.
He was, you know, to see in person.
Right.
He was here.
Right. Overruled. All right, but I think we've about exhausted
Okay,
this.
well, I was interrupted, but I wasn't going to say my question.
Right.
You never looked at any of the phones in the house to determine whether Daddy's phone number was right there on the speed dialer, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, when you got up the stairs, you... Thank you. When you got up the stairs, you went to the master bedroom you described for us, is that correct?
Yes?
And you saw that the bed appeared mussed or messed up, is that correct?
Unmade?
Unmade? And you saw more candles burning around the bathtub area?
In the master bathroom, yes.
The master bathroom? And do you know how many candles there were lit in the master bathroom area?
There was more than, probably a couple or more.
Like how many?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
2 or 3 maybe.
You see any photographs of those since that time?
I haven't seen any photographs at all.
All right. Did you see any bath water in the bathtub in the master bedroom?
I don't recall ever seeing any water in the master bathtub.
You have no recollection of that?
No, sir.
Did you write a report in connection with your observations inside that residence?
No, I did not.
Did not write a report at all?
No.
You have any notes?
No.
So what you're testifying about today is just purely and simply your memory from June 13th, early morning hours. Is that right?
That's all I've got to go with.
All right. And now, did you look into the 2 other bedrooms upstairs that belonged to the children while you were there?
Just briefly, yes.
Have the children been taken out at that point?
Yes.
Inside that residence, did you strike shots? Did you see a television on in the master bedroom?
Yes, I did, sir.
You notice anything else in that master bedroom we haven't talked about yet?
No.
All right. After you completed your tour of the interior of the residence, you came back outside. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you go on tours, if we can call them that, of the exterior of that particular residence that morning before you finally left?
I believe I went on 3, possibly 4.
3, perhaps 4?
I think it was 3.
All right, let's take the first one.
Went with Risky.
All right, the first one was that when you went up through the front, through the
Yes.
through the kind of foliage area there where the plants are,
Yes.
and Risky led you through that way, did he?
Yes.
That's when you went up by the call box?
Yes.
While you were there, by the way, did you ever have occasion to check to see how that call box worked?
No, sir.
Did you see any officers there check that call box to see how it worked that morning?
I don't recall anybody checking that call box.
You never saw Lang or Van Etter do that either?
I know that I overheard discussion about it, but I don't know who was doing it.
Well, did you ever see anybody do it? That's the question.
I may have gone out at one time to listen for a click much later on in the day. I think I did that once.
Well, when was that?
Well, that was, as I say, it was much later in the day.
Like what?
I don't have any idea of the time, sir. It would be later in fact, it may not even have been that day.
You have a report on that?
No.
It's not on your log. Because you left at 10 o'clock, right?
Well, that's one of the times I left there at 10 o'clock. And as I said, that may not even have been that day that I'm referring to, but I remember listening to that click sometime during this investigation, and I'm not sure what day it was.
But weren't you off the case after that morning? Why were you back out there to listen to a click?
Oh, there was times when they called us up to assist, to go out and assist them in doing stuff, or...
All right. Well, if you listened to a click and you heard a click, can you show me a report where you wrote that down or you told somebody about that?
I didn't write anything down.
What else did you go back out and do that you've not written down?
That would be it.
All right. So the question was, though, did you see any detectives that morning checking that call box out and seeing how it worked from inside the residence?
I don't recall seeing anybody do that.
Okay. While you were there, in addition to calling the coroner, it's also very important, is it not, to call the criminalists out so they can start trying to collect evidence. That's important also, isn't it?
That would have been done by the homicide investigator that was assigned to the scene.
My question, listen to my question. My question was, it's also important, is it not, to call the criminalists early to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And during the time that you were in charge, between 2:10, 2:38, did you ever call the criminalists?
No.
Do you know the names of the criminalists who ultimately came on this particular case?
I only know of one. I think that was Fong.
Fung?
Fung.
Is that F-U-N-G?
I don't.
What, did Mr. Fung come to the scene prior to the time that you left?
Which scene?
The Bundy scene.
I don't know what time Mr. Fung got to the Bundy scene. I
Okay.
had nothing to do with him.
All right, no, but I'm asking your recollection. You went back to Bundy.
I don't recall him coming to that location.
Well, you were there when the coroners got there about 9:10 in the morning, right?
That's correct.
Would I be correct in assuming that the coroners came before the criminalists came?
I don't know, sir.
Well, if we were to look at the log, would that help you, Gang?
It would tell me what time they got there, but it still wouldn't refresh my memory as to me seeing them there.
All right, well, you have no recollection of seeing him at all at Bundy?
No, I don't. Not that morning.
All right. You see him at Rockingham?
Later on in the day, yes.
No, I'm talking about in the morning now. You see him in the morning?
No.
And what is the criminalist's job?
To obtain the evidence, to book it, to obtain it.
And they're called usually by the investigating detectives, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you know, do you not, that the criminalists are on 24-hour call, aren't they?
Well, sure they are.
Just like you are as a detective. Is that
Yes.
You never called for the criminalists, and as far as you know, you never heard Langer Van Etter call for the criminalists to come out to Bundy, at least while you were there. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not saying they didn't call while I was there.
I'm asking you, did you ever hear them call while you were there? So that's all I'm asking.
I did not hear the call go out to call them, yes,
While you were there, right?
while I was there.
Okay. Now, we'd gone through this first. When you took the first exterior tour with Risky, you didn't go inside the house at that point, right?
Yes.
You went inside?
Well, at some time during that first initial cursory walkthrough of the crime scene, Officer Risky walked us through the house.
Now, I thought in the first one, when you walked up in the kind of foliage area, I thought you walked up the call box. Did you go in the house at that point?
Well, we walked up to where the bodies were at, and then we backtracked out, then walked around southbound over to the alley, walked into the garage, walked into the house, walked out, viewed the bodies, walked down the driveway or the sidewalk area, the walkway area, out to the back, walked back into the house, and took a cursory look through the house.
When you walked down this sidewalk area, Mr. Clark asked you many times about you being careful. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Before you step. As an experienced homicide detective, you know that there are times when you cannot always see footprints. Isn't that correct?
You may not see all the footprints, yes.
You know that from your experience. Isn't that correct?
That's true.
So that if you can't see them, sometimes you step in things where you can't see it. Isn't that correct?
That would be possible.
How many you were taking these various and sundry trips. How many officers were there walking with you in this group? You walked in this path where you, Furman, Whiskey, and Loader, there was 9 women, for the other thing. So then, they left the group. In your direct examination, where you mentioned, I believe, strike that. Did you learn that Officer Risky touched Mr. Goldman's eye that was partially open at some point? Did you hear that?
No,
You never heard that?
no.
You knew at one point that Officer Risky went around to the north of the property on the other side of the fence. You knew about that, is that correct?
He took me around there.
You walked around there, so you saw that.
Yes.
With regard to this walkway area, you recall seeing that the walkway was very stained with berries from a tree that had dropped down. Can you see that?
I believe there was.
All right, if we could find one, I want to try to get a couple of pictures which I think demonstrate that if I could. So many photographs. Let's see. Let's try 45 B, C, D, E, if we can. Because there's so many photographs, I'm going to ask you to cut the feed because we won't know until we actually see. We're looking for a particular photographs, Your Honor, at this point that I want to show the witness. Maybe move on that one.
45B, 45C. You can move on. 45D. Just stop there. Stop that one. Now,
What number is that, Johnson?
that is 45E.
45E,
I'm sorry, that's 45D.
45D, Your Honor. Can you see it on the monitor, Detective Phillips?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asking questions about this particular photograph regarding some alleged bloody footprints or whatever. You recall that?
Yes.
You see those shoes there? Can you see those? There's a pair of white shoes or light shoes, and also a pair of dark shoes up there. You know what those
Yes.
shoes belong to?
No, sir.
Would I be correct in assuming that? Remember that the photographer Rokar that morning was wearing some light-colored shoes, like those shoes there.
I have no idea what kind of shoes Mr. Rokar was wearing.
You have no recollection of that?
No, sir.
All right. So you don't recall whose shoes those are?
I don't know.
All right. And the shoes at the top, you can't tell us whose shoes those are? Okay.
No, sir.
Okay, move on, John.
E.
Now, with regard to these footprints, the shoe prints you were asked about, do you recall that as you looked down this particular route where these shoe prints were supposedly going toward the alleyway, that there came a time that you saw two shoe prints that were facing parallel toward the house, perpendicular to the house? Do you remember two footprints that went right toward the house?
No, sir.
You remember seeing those?
No, sir.
Anybody ever show you those?
No, sir.
And yesterday, when Ms. Clark was asking you questions about the blood drops, may I have just a second, John?
This is 45F.
All right, let's try 45G.
45G.
No, try the next one. Want to try?
45H.
No.
45I.
Why don't you move 48 series? 48. 48. All right, yes, I think this is one of them. Now, Detective, in this photograph, it's a longer view. Was my understanding, you said 112 up there?
Yes, sir.
That purport to be like some kind of a blood drop?
I'd have to look at, well, I think that was 112 was a blood drop. I can't see that from this photograph.
Okay. And could you tell us how far the nearest footprint was from that alleged blood drop?
No, sir.
Well, you were out there that morning. What's your best estimate?
I don't recall.
4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet?
I couldn't even guess, sir.
You can't even guess?
I did no measurements. I did no crime scene evaluation. I did no crime scene sketch.
All right, you just saw your cursory look, is that right?
I would have no idea what distance is.
Okay, fine. Jonathan, next one.
48B.
All right, move on.
48C.
Okay, move on.
48D.
Move on.
48E.
Move on.
48F.
Right. Now, you see 48F there?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that? I want you to look, first of all, can you step out, can you see up on this banister, this white banister?
Yes.
You see what appears to be some little berries or whatever that have fallen from the trees above? Can you see that?
Well, I recall them as being some type of berry or something like that, yes.
Reddish in color?
A berry.
Okay, a berry.
Purple, reddish, brownish.
All right.
Berry.
All right, some kind of colored berry. All right. Now, I want you to look at those stairs there as depicted in 48F. Do you see that how these stairways are stained? Do you see also that there's apparently some berry residue on those particular stairs? You see that? No, the picture speaks for itself. I'm asking you.
No, you're testifying that's berry residue. We don't know that.
All right, well, let me phrase it another way, Your Honor. Perhaps berry residue was a bad choice of words. What's that on those steps that looks like those berries coming from the trees? Or is that... Do you remember? I'll move to strike that question too.
What
I'll
does
strike
it
the
look
question.
like to you?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not a horticulturist. I have no idea.
No, I know. I want to make that as clear as possible. Now, look at that photograph. Now, what do you see in that photograph on those steps?
I see debris on the steps.
Okay, what kind of debris?
Some of them brownish, red, purplish berries.
All right. And they're going up those stairs, and those are the steps that go up the back way there. Is that correct?
There's a lot of it.
A lot of it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Will this be a good time, Your Honor?
Goes any. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess so we can switch court reporters at this time. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Deputy Magnero, let's take him upstairs. All right, council will resume at 25 minutes after 3. All right, thank you. And Detective Phillips, you can step down. Be back. All right, let the record reflect, we've been rejoined by all of our jury members. Detective Phillips is still on the witness stand. Good afternoon again, Detective Phillips. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just another question or two about 48F, if I can have it back up. Detective Phillips, when you saw that area on the walkway where you saw the debris back there, did you find that sometimes that the debris would adhere to or come in contact with your shoes as you walked in that area?
I never paid any attention to that, sir. I never checked that out.
You never checked that out, huh?
No, sir.
All right. You see it there, though, now? Do you have any question in your mind that that would come in contact with your feet and shoes if you were walking back there?
Well, imagine if you stepped on it, it would come in contact with your feet, yes.
Yes, and then to get back there, you'd have to step back there, wouldn't you, to walk back there? Which you did? You did walk back there, didn't you?
I did walk back there, yes.
Okay, sir. Now, with regard to the location at Bundy, you've told us that you did not take any notes at all, either Bundy or Rockingham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's true, is it not, that your partner, Detective Furman, did in fact make some notes, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
And if you were to see those notes, you'd recognize his handwriting, wouldn't you?
If he wrote it, yes.
He printed
I've seen
it.
it before, yes.
Here, I'd like to have a 3-page document D 1022, Your Honor. I'd like to show it to counsel and folks who are with us.
All right, 1022,
23.
1023.
What's 23? I understand.
All right.
like to approach, it's a 4-page document, Your Honor, D-1022. Dr. Phillips, I'd like to show you, let's look at the first page of D-1022. Do you recognize the printing contained therein?
It appears to be Detective Furman's printing.
And you recognize that from your prior association and the fact that it's your partner for some number of years, is that correct?
Looks like his handwriting, yes.
All right, and these are notes that he took in the course of the investigation that particular evening, is that correct?
Yes. I assume they are. I just took them from him and handed them over to Van Adder and Lang. I never read them. So if you're asking me if these are the notes that he took that night,
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you, first of all, is this his handwriting?
it appears to be yes.
Okay. By the way, did you find a handwritten note on an upstairs coffee table at that residence?
No, I didn't.
Did Detective Furman find a handwritten note on the upstairs coffee table?
I wouldn't know that, sir.
You don't recall that at all?
No.
I want you to look at this item number 5 and see if this refreshes your recollection at all. You read it yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection at all?
I remember seeing the pizza menu.
And where was this pizza menu?
It was outside by the victim.
There was a pizza menu outside on the ground near where Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body was found.
I believe so.
And was there a note upstairs, a handwritten note on the upstairs coffee table saying Cara, C-A-R-A, with the phone number 575-5713, California Pizza Kitchen?
I don't recall seeing that note.
Was that ever booked?
I don't know, sir. I didn't book any items in this case.
Did you ever discuss that with your partner, Secretary Furman?
No.
Did you see this last page?
No, I didn't.
Is that the handwriting also?
This appears to be his handwriting, yes.
Now, while you were at the scene there at Bundy, did you and your partner Furman theorize that the suspect or suspects had run through that area, that walkway area, and that the suspect or suspects had possibly been bitten by the Akita, the dog?
Now, let me mention one thing.
Okay, no, before you mention-
Furman's not my partner.
Okay, is that your partner?
No, I supervise Mark Furman's work. So he's an individual that works for me. He's not my partner at this time.
Clear that up then. And was that on June 13th?
Yes.
Your partner also? So he worked for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Did you and Mark Furman, who worked for you, theorize that the suspect or suspects had been bitten by this Akita dog somewhere in that walkway that particular night?
I never heard that theory by anybody.
You see that indicated on Mark Furman's notes?
Yes?
Objection, Your Honor, this call is president.
It's hearsay. What's in the notes are hearsay.
Did you or any officer in your presence that night check with any local hospitals to see if any person had gone to that hospital for treatment of a dog bite?
No, sir.
You told us earlier that while still at Bundy, the Akita was tethered to a post of some kind. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who took custody of that Akita?
I believe that under my direction, it was taken to the animal pound, or the animal pound came and picked it up, but it was at my direction that it be done.
Do you know whether anybody ever checked the Akita's mouth or its teeth to determine whether or not it had bitten anyone that night?
I don't know that that was ever done.
And did you give any specific instructions in that regard?
No, sir.
Did you hear Lang or Van Adder do that?
No, sir.
Now, you described for us yesterday that at, strike that. Have you ever seen any pictures of this pizza menu that was outside near Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body as it was out there? You see any pictures of that?
The only crime scene pictures I've seen, sir, are the ones you showed me here.
Okay.
I haven't gone through them.
Okay, and have you seen some with Miss Marsha Clark?
The ones that have been shown here in court.
All right. And did you see this photographer, Rokar, or anyone else take any pictures of that menu that night?
Never saw Mr. Rokar take any photographs other than some photographs of the street when we was first arrived. So overall orientation photos.
And even the photograph that was taken of Mark Furman, you never saw that taken either?
No, sir.
Is that right, sir? Now, after you had gotten the call or had talked to Captain Gartland about 2:38 and you knew you were off this case, you basically, with the exception of some minor things, ceased your activities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When was it that you were told that you had to give this so-called VIP notification to Mr. OJ Simpson? When were you told that?
When I first arrived at the location at about 2:10, 2:11, 2:12.
And who told you that?
When I first arrived at the location, Sergeant Rossi was on a cellular phone talking to Commander Keith Bushy, and he handed me the phone.
All right, so is Keith Bushy the one who told you that?
Commander Keith Bushy, yes.
All right, he told you to give OJ Simpson some kind of VIP notification, is that right?
Didn't mention it as VIP notification. He just said to make sure that you notify Mr. Simpson, if possible, in person, prior to the news media finding out, because it would be insensitive for him to find out through the news media about what's taking place at this house on Bundy.
Right. Now, first of all, doesn't the LAPD policy apply to the next of kin?
Yes.
And in this instance, if Mr. Simpson was the ex-husband, Mr. Cole Brown Simpson, he was not the next of kin, was he?
Well, our main concern was his children.
Can you just answer my question? He was not the next of kin, was he?
Not of Nicole Brown Simpson.
Did Commander Bushy ask you to make sure you gave some notification to Nicole Brown Simpson's parents, wherever they were?
He didn't do it. We did it.
All right. Did anybody ever search in that house to see whether or not her mother's phone number was part of the speed dialing?
I didn't do any searching, sir.
And so the LAPD's policy talks about next of kin, doesn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the policy also talks about giving, where possible, person-to-person notice as opposed to over the phone. Isn't that correct?
If possible, yes.
And part of that's because of city liability. If you call somebody up over the phone and tell them something, they might faint or have a heart attack. Isn't that right?
I suppose that is brought into it.
That's part of the policy, isn't it?
I suppose that's part of the reasons.
Okay. Now, so in this instance, when you were talking to Commander Bushy at 2:10, did he tell you to give some personal knowledge to the parents of Nicole Brown Simpson?
No, he did not.
You were concerned about Mr. O.J. Simpson, and you never at any time looked inside the house to see whether or not there was a number where you could call him in the house, right? Inside Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's house. You didn't do that.
When you say concerned about Mr. Simpson, I was going to make notification of Mr. Simpson. What I was concerned about was the welfare of his children.
Okay, I understand that. But I'm asking you, did you look inside to expedite any search or trying to find him by looking for his number inside the house?
I did not do that, sir.
Okay. And so as I understand it, even though you were off the case as of 2:38, when you and the other officers left to go over to Rockingham, what was your purpose in going over to Rockingham if you were now off the case?
To go over and notify Mr. Simpson of what I'd been told to do and possibly assist Tom Lang or Phil Van Etter if they needed anything else. We were already up. We were there.
All right. Well, was there any problem now? They were now on the case, and they were both senior detectives from robbery homicide. They now arrived at the scene, right?
Yes.
Got in there at 4:10 and 4:25, right?
Yes.
It's now about 5 o'clock in the morning, right?
Okay.
And did you ever hear Phil Van Etter say, I used to work West Los Angeles. I know where the Rockingham residence is? Did you ever hear him say that?
No, I don't. I don't remember him ever saying that. I know that Phil Van Etter used to work West L.A.
Would you be surprised if he testified he knew where Rockingham was and how to get there from Bundy? Would you be surprised at that?
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
All right. Now, when you were talking with the other detectives, with Mark Furman, did you ever hear him say, the two of you were just waiting around, I know that, strike that, I know where O.J. Simpson lives, because I've been there before. Did you ever hear him say that in your presence?
I think that was in the conversation we were talking about where he lived, and he said, I know he lives up off of Sunset someplace. I'd been to his house before, but I don't remember exactly where it is. That's when he asked another officer to run the Jeep license plate. We came back with the address. He asked that officer, is that address, where's that address in relation to? And Risky said it's near Cliffwood. And then Mark Furman says, yeah, I know where it's at.
All right, when was that? What time was that?
Before we ever left the Bundy location.
All right, well, what time?
Probably 5 minutes or so before we left.
So maybe about 4:55 or there in that time frame?
We were preparing to go up there, and we were trying to make plans to do that.
All right. In addition to indicating that he knew where Mr. OJ Simpson lived, didn't he say he'd been over there in response to some domestic call back in 1985? Didn't he say that to you?
Never told me why he was up at that location. He told me he responded to that call when he worked patrol.
He didn't tell you why?
No, sir.
Did you ask him?
No, sir.
Did you hear Lang of Van Adder ask him?
No, sir.
Now, before we leave Bundy, while at the scene, you came there with a cellular telephone, did you?
Yes, sir.
And is this a city of Los Angeles issued cellular telephone?
No, it's not.
This your own personal cellular telephone?
Yes, it is.
And you made a number of calls from that location that night, is that right?
I made several calls during that day, yes.
All right, may I put you on?
Yes.
I'm placing on the board now, Your Honor, people's 60 for identification. And Detective, so that we're clear about this, this is a record of your cellular calls made. Let's talk about June 12th and through June 13th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got this call shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that would be 6:13 after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
You then made a number of calls. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls within about 12 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
After you got the call, where were those calls made from?
Those are all calls made to Los Angeles police detectives' residences.
All right, and those were 5 calls made almost immediately after you got the call to come to the location?
Yes, as I had previously stated, 3 of those calls, the detectives were unable to respond for various reasons, and 2 of the calls were people that did respond.
All right, now, you were at home at this point, right?
No, I was in my car.
So let's see, you got the call at 1 o'clock or 1:05?
Yes?
And you were in your car by 1:18?
Yes, sir.
You're a fast dresser, aren't you?
I have it all laid out for me tonight.
Tom Nolan, is that right? Now, you mentioned a couple.
Again, sir, one of those was a bad phone number, a mistaken phone number, so there was only 4.
I understand, but of the 4, the one individual who responded was Tom Nolan.
That's right.
All right. Now, you mentioned a couple of times that this particular unit that you handle in West Los Angeles, was it called MAC or?
MAC.
MAC?
MAC unit.
MAC unit. And in that connection, were you aware that Miss Nicole Brown Simpson had filed an annoying phone call crime report for the period March 2nd, 1992, December 4th, 1992?
Excuse me.
You aware of that?
I didn't have that unit at that time, sir.
All right. Were you aware of it?
No.
Report? You didn't know anything about that at all?
No, sir.
You know about a suspect in that regard?
No, sir.
Who was in charge of that unit at that time? If you know, who preceded you?
We didn't have a MAC unit at that time, sir. It was a different unit called a CAPS unit, Crimes Against Person unit. It was all reorganized in 1994. So it was handled by the CAPS unit, if that was the kind of call or report it was. And I don't know who was running the CAP unit in whatever year that 1992 you just said.
Yeah, 1992.
I don't know who was running that CAP unit at that time.
All right. Now, did you have more than one cell phone with you that night?
I only had one personal cell phone, my own.
All right. So that when you got to the scene, the cell phone that you'd made these calls on there on people 60 for identification, did you give that cell phone to someone?
No.
Did you give Risky a cell phone at some point?
Did not give Rossi or Risky my cellular telephone.
You kept it with you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason those numbers on there, the lines are redacted, because they have the phone numbers of people that you call that you like to keep private, is that right?
All those numbers that are crossed out are personal phone numbers of or police officers' home residential phone numbers.
All right. Now, did Detectives Lang and Van Adder articulate for you why they were going to go over to Rockingham? Why were they going over to Rockingham?
Well, I think it was just a conversation that came about that I told them I had to make a notification. They stated that they would probably want to go along with us. They were the lead investigating officers on the crime. They might want to talk to him. They may have a statement. So it was just it was 4 detectives making a decision to go up there based on a couple of facts, and we went.
Let me see if I understand this. All 4 detectives, all homicide detectives, leave the bodies out there. The coroner's not been notified. You all go over to another location to give notification to a man. You don't know whether he's home or not. Is that what you're saying to us?
Well, the 4 of us went up there to do that, and 2 of us were going to stay, and 2 of them should come right back.
See, but you all went. The question is, you all went over there.
Yes, we did.
And at that point, no one had called the coroner regarding these bodies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No one had called a criminalist to come out and start collecting evidence. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
Well, as far as you know.
As far as I know, no criminalist was called.
You know Fung wasn't there, right?
Don't know that he wasn't called already.
You know he wasn't there, though, don't you?
He was not there.
And even when you came back, he wasn't there, was he?
When I came back, I walked up and talked to the lieutenant. I did not go back over to Bundy, so I don't know if he was there.
Well, you never saw Fung at any time that morning while you were there, did you, sir?
No, sir.
All right. You were there till 10 o'clock that morning, right? Right?
Off and on.
All right. So all 4 of you decided to go over to Rockingham, and you go in 2 separate cars, right?
That's correct.
By the way, before you left the location there at Bundy, had anyone ascertained whether or not Mr. Goldman had driven a car to that location?
No, sir.
Did you ever find that out that morning, that he had in fact driven a vehicle there?
I didn't
Parked
find
somewhere?
that out until late that afternoon.
Okay, when did you find that out?
Right around 3:30 in the afternoon, I believe.
And how'd you find that out? Somebody told you?
I received a phone call at West LA Detectives.
All right. When you were out there in that morning, was anybody checking on the vehicles that were parked in and around Bundy and the Dorothy location?
I think the officers wrote the license numbers down. I don't know that anybody did any investigating into those cars, no.
Did you find out that Mr. Goldman had in fact driven a vehicle there at some point?
As I said, 3:30 in the afternoon, I was told that by a phone call.
Okay. And did you find out where that vehicle was parked, sir?
Yes, I do, but I don't remember where. It was parked somewhere around Dorothy and Bundy or something.
All right, near Dorothy and Bundy? This intersection we've seen so many times?
I don't remember where exactly on that corner, how far from that corner.
What kind of car was it?
I never saw the car. I believe I was told it was a Toyota, but I never saw the vehicle.
All right, you never saw the vehicle. You don't recall it when you were out there?
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right, so who was driving the vehicle when you and Furman left? Which vehicle were you driving?
I was driving my vehicle.
Okay, and Furman and you had come to the scene in that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then when you went over to the Rockingham location, do you recall whether or not you invited a photographer to come with you?
No, sir, we did not.
Were there any uniformed police officers who accompanied you from Bundy over to Rockingham?
No, we requested one after we got in there.
So at first, it was just the 4 of you detectives, is that correct?
That's correct.
In 2 separate cars, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And because all 4 of you left the scene, leaving the bodies there, that's when Lieutenant Rogers was left there?
Well, Lieutenant Rogers was left in charge. He was Van Adder and Lang's supervisor, so I would imagine they left him in charge.
All right. Do you know whether or not he called for the coroner?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not he called for a criminalist?
No, sir.
All right. So then you drove over to the Rockingham residence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described for us getting to the location, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, your purpose was to go there just to break the news to Mr. Simpson, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Van Adder and Lang just decided they'd just come along to find out what might happen. Is that right?
No, I don't think they just decided to come along. It was their case. They had a right to come along. They were the investigating officers on the case.
All right. They had a right to come along. By the way, they didn't have a search warrant, did they? At that point.
No, sir?
Or will
Now,
be sustained. That's irrelevant.
okay. At any rate, they went. You rode to the location. Is that right? And what time did you get to Rockingham?
I believe it was shortly after 5.
And you described. You rang the bell to try to get inside. Is that correct?
Rang the bell to try to get someone inside to answer that.
To answer it. And at some point, as I understand it, Detective Furman, on his own, climbed over the fence and opened the fence and let the others of you in. Is that right?
When you say on his own, he went unassisted over the fence, but he went over the wall because Van Adder or Lang had told him to do that.
All right. I understand that the two who were in charge apparently told him to do that, but he went, nobody invited him over there. He did it on his own, right?
He did it under the direction of a supervisor.
All right. He climbed over the fence.
Yes.
All right. And then he opened the gate. Is that right?
He unlatched something on the gate that caused it to open. I don't know what he did.
And at the time what time was that when he went over the fence? Climbed over this fence?
Well, it was shortly before 5 o'clock, 10 minutes before.
What time
I'm sorry, 10 minutes before 6 o'clock.
Well, let's see. You left Bundy about 5 or so?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sorry.
And, yes, all right. And you got over there. And how long were you outside before Furman climbed over this fence?
30, 35 minutes probably.
Did the West Tech people come during that period of time?
2 of them did.
Okay, was there a sergeant?
Eventually, yes.
Do you remember either of the West Tech individuals' names?
No, sir.
You had conversations with them?
Just the one.
Is that when you went into all this effort to try to get the phone number of
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Simpson? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was there a black and white police vehicle there present before Mark Furman climbed over that fence?
Yes, sir.
What time did the black and white arrive, if you recall?
I would say in the area of 20 minutes to 6.
All right, do you know the names of the officers who were there at that point? Was there more than one?
Yes. I believe it was Officer Ashton, Ashton, and I believe his partner was Gonzalez.
Officer Gonzalez?
Yes.
And they were there, you think, by 20 of 6. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know exactly what time they were there. They were there before we went over the wall because I requested them.
All right, and then you didn't go over the wall. Furman went over the wall, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and after he went over the wall, he then let the rest of you in, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've described for us that after gaining entrance and going over this wall, by the way, you ultimately passed by or saw a man by the name of Cato Kalin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was talked to fairly early that morning, isn't that correct?
He was talked to, yes.
Did you tell us in your direct examination that Cato Kalin told you he didn't know whether or not OJ Simpson had left town?
He
left
said
home?
something to that effect. I don't recall exactly what he said, Mr. Cochran.
All right. You so testified yesterday. Well, may I approach, Your Honor? I'd like to mark as defendants next in order D 1024.
Yes, with the court clerk, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
May I approach you?
You may.
I place before you a document that purports to be a statement of Brian Gerard
Objection,
King.
Your Honor, objection. The witness can be asked. There's been no foundation.
Just laying for the record what the document is, Your Honor.
Overruled. The
you.
document has to be identified for the purpose of the record.
Now, I want you to look at this statement, and I want you to read the date it was taken and the time, and I want you to read, and I want you specifically to pay attention to the second paragraph of that statement. I want you to see, you read the next question.
Okay.
You read that, Tisa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and by the way, who took a statement from Cato Kalin that night when you were out there about 6 o'clock in the morning? Which officer?
I have no idea.
Did you see the man who worked for you, Detective Furman, talking to Cato Kalin?
At one time, yes.
And do you recognize the printing on this document? Look at that document.
I've never seen this writing before.
All right, that's not Furman's writing?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever seen that report before?
No, sir.
Does that report refresh your recollection about what Brian Cato Kalin said about the last time he saw OJ Simpson?
Objection, Your Honor.
May I finish the question, Your Honor? May I ask you to refresh his recollection about the last time he saw Cato Kalin, June 12th, 1994?
Would it refresh Cato Kalin's recollection as to the last time he saw Cato Kalin?
I'm asking him if his review of this report refreshes his recollection about what Cato Kalin said.
All right. That's a good question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Well, it's a good question, so you can answer that. You can.
It does not refresh my memory at all of what Cato Kalin said that night to me.
You talked to him?
No. I talked to him very, very briefly when he first answered the door.
Okay. And did you ever ask him if he knew whether or not OJ Simpson was at home?
Yes, I asked him if he knew where Mr. Simpson was at, or if he was at home. I'm not sure exactly what I asked him.
Did Cato Kalin tell you that he was present when...
Objection, Your Honor.
I can ask him this question, Your Honor. can ask this question. I can
I
ask
haven't
him.
heard the question yet. Let's hear the question.
Okay. Did Cato Kalin tell you that he had seen OJ Simpson get in?
Your Honor, this is going to be all hearsay. This counsel testifying.
I'm not testifying. I'm asking a question.
Let's hear the question. Counsel, I haven't heard the question yet. Mr. Cochran,
Thank you, Your Honor.
ask the question.
Thank you. Did Cato Kalin tell you that he had seen OJ Simpson get into a limousine to go to the airport on June 12th, 1994, at between 11 and 11:15 p.m.? Did he tell you that?
No, sir.
Never said that to you?
I never interviewed the man.
Well, no. When you asked him if he knew where OJ Simpson was, he didn't tell you he'd seen him get into a limousine?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you he was leaving town?
No, sir.
How long did you talk to him?
Very briefly, just for a couple of seconds.
All right, so we're clear. When you asked him where OJ Simpson was, I want you to think carefully. Tell us, what did he say to you?
As I told you, I don't recall exactly what he said. I asked him if he knew where he was. I believe yesterday I said, I don't think, or he didn't know. I'm not sure that was a true statement. I do not recall.
You want to change it?
Well, I don't want to change it to anything because I don't recall exactly what the man did say. He did not tell me these things. He pointed me over to Arnell's room, and that's where I walked over. I talked to Mr. Cato Kalin for 5 seconds.
All right, well, I'm a little confused now. You thought about what you said yesterday, right?
Yes?
And do you want to change that?
No, I'm just telling you I don't remember exactly what the words were that he said about he's not home or where he was at. That's all I'm telling you is I do not recall exactly the words he used.
All right. And the report doesn't refresh your recollection at all.
I didn't ask him those questions and he didn't give me those answers.
Okay. You do recall him directing you to Arnell.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And when you went down to Arnell Simpson's room, you roused her from her sleep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that, as I understand it, did you come in the back way to the Simpson home, or did you come in the front door? If you recall, and this route that you took from Arnell Simpson's house into the Simpson home, how'd you go?
There's,
Well, let's see if I can help you out.
didn't go in the front door, Mr. Cochran.
I will show us for you. We're about to take a look at People's 66, if the court pleases.
All right, People 66.
Can you show us again, show us once and for all how you went, where you went?
We walked from Arnell's room down this walkway, up these steps, and I believe there's a series of doors right here at the rear of the residence. She unlocked one of these doors. I believe it was the door farthest to our left, and that's the way we went inside that house.
When she unlocked that door, was there an alarm on the house?
I don't know, sir.
Did you hear an alarm go off?
No alarm went off.
Did you see her press some buttons on the wall?
I didn't see her do anything.
You know if there's any kind of alarm for West Tech on that wall that she entered?
I would not know that.
You are sure as you sit here now that you went in some door to the rear of the house?
Yes, sir.
That you did not go around and come in the front?
I'm positive.
You positive of that?
Positive.
And who was present with you when you walked this route? Who was present?
Arnell Simpson, Van Adder, Tom Lang, and myself.
And all of you went in the rear, that rear door?
I believe so.
Was Furman with you at that point?
Didn't see him at that point.
You know where he was at that point?
No, I don't.
So once he climbed over the wall and you got in, you were separated from Mark Furman, is that
No,
correct?
the only time we were separated from Mark Furman is when we stopped and talked to Cato Kalin. I believe he stayed there and talked to Cato Kalin because he did not walk down with me to Arnell's room.
All right. And you described that when you went inside the house along with Lang and Van Adder, he wasn't there in it. He wasn't
I
there
don't
either.
know if he was behind me. I did not see him walk in behind us.
All right. So it was you all were inside the house. Is that right at that point?
I'm sorry, sir?
It was you, Van Adder, and Lang inside of Mr. Simpson's house at that point, and Arnell.
And if anybody else followed us in, I didn't turn around to look to see who was coming.
All right. Now, what time was it that you were now inside the Mr. Simpson's home?
Would have to be right around 6 o'clock in the morning. I made the phone call at 6:05, and that was done very shortly after entering the house.
And then you had this conversation at that point with Arnell Simpson
Yes,
about where her father was?
yes.
And I asked you earlier whether or not she told you her father was out of town. And
Objection, Your Honor, you're saying.
may I finish the question, Your Honor?
Yes.
I asked you earlier whether or not Arnell Simpson told you that her father was out of town at that time.
Over here to the sidebar, counsel. Take our recess at this time for the afternoon. I have a dispute I want to settle with the lawyers that obviously is going to take us a little time to go back through the record. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. And we'll stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. All right, we also have a DNA issue we need to take up. All right, and Detective Phillips, you're excused till tomorrow morning at 9:30. Right? Thank you, sir.